What is up? I think we're live every morning. It's never really know. I think we are. And oh yeah, so we made the tablet yesterday and the phone. I'm gonna use that a lot. I'm gonna make a lot of those different ones. And got like halfway with the window. Kind of redid some work. Shouldn't keep redoing things, but I'm gonna try to finish that window today and bring it back into Unreal Engine and see what it looks like. It's probably not the best, but I'm going to start by looking at this stuff real quick. I think I looked at this yesterday. Gonna look at it again, though. Oh, I want to see that. I'm like hyper focused on Windows. I don't know why. Actually, I did the same thing with Cinema 4D, but I didn't stream it. Oh, I saw some materials. But it takes this. It takes like an odd amount of obsession, I think, to build this stuff and understand it. Lambda. There's always something. Every once in a while, there's something in here. I'm like, I didn't even know that existed, and it's like I learned something. What's up, Visual Lab? Pro materials. I need to make more materials. That's a shiny. That's a shiny. Ooh. Oh, those are pretty good, actually. Those are pretty good. Wood's another thing you can get, like, go fairly deep down the rabbit hole making wood and, like, getting into it. Those are weird. Those are kind of weird, those materials. Oh, yeah. I wanted to make, like, I don't know if you could say slum. I don't know if slum is, like, PC. I can't imagine it is. But if it is, I do want to make some of these. What's up, Abdul? Stuff like this. I already have the metal made. I honestly just want to bring in like a piece of metal. I already looked at these. New York City stuff. I know this reminds me of Seinfeld for some reason. These like wood barriers here. And the kind of dinery. Not the overall layout, but I gotta make these. We're gonna do this all procedural style, though. With some lighting. It would be better. I haven't made like a curved roof yet, like that. This one I know for a fact I can make that procedurally. And then I need something that like, oh yeah, I was going to make a floor that was like planks like this too. I need something that I can like make it all in Houdini and then like automate the separating each object and sending them back to the engine. I haven't quite figured out how that's going to work yet. It's the showcase. Oh yeah, I saw this plugin. Looks pretty cool. I have that one. I still use the stuff out of there. This is a long project. This current wing of modeling everything is gonna take a long time. But then I'll own all the assets in the game, and that'll be worth it. And I can push the iPad version, etc. Okay, so I don't like projects that take 2 days. This is taking 2 days. I don't like it. I mean, I think when people are building these kind of generators in Houdini, it's like, so I'm going to make like a building generator. It's like, that's probably like a month of work. I can't go a month. That's real bad. That's going too deep. But basically that pediment and like this like wrapper, this curve that goes on like a U that's procedural, that can be the top of every door and every window. So this is pretty helpful. And then the side column I'm going to make today as well. So really, if I need to basically build these out and then make them reusable and then start like instantly ROIing the time investment in Houdini, which is to generate lots of models that are built the same way but have variations in them. So a good case study is to building facades where like each, like you have a ground floor, then a different middle floor, then a different top floor, and then you make like 3 different versions of those that all have different heights and different windows, but they're all made from this. It's just um, like a parameter swap. And if I could push those into the game and then have like fully 3D facades for like the backgrounds of cities and stuff like that, that would be helpful. That would be good to have that done. So I am going to just pull up a quick Google. I have all these books, but I still end up just doing this. Yeah, exactly this. And it's really like the, what if I just said window Brooklyn brownstone? I've spent so much time near these things, these buildings that just like, and the Boston brownstones are pretty similar. But yeah, this is it's just like, I just need a generator that makes these. It just spits them out. And there's specifically there's this, is it Paramount? I think it's the Paramount backlot in LA where they shoot like, well, I guess it's not low budget at that point, but like, medium budget commercials that can't, really afford to shoot on location. They basically shoot against this backlot in LA that it's literally New York City facades like this, but there's nothing inside of them. So this is exactly the formula that I need to make, and I want one master HDA that can generate all this for me. So we're in the process of making the window. It's probably one of the most involved parts of this is just having all the variations built into it. So different type of decorations, but they're kind of like 2-to-1 windows here. Aspect wise, they have a sill, they have the header. Or is that what they got? The hood. Then the pediment can go up there. Various types of inner windows, which we have that made. This same pediment goes right there. It's just taller. Little door generator won't be too bad. First floor into like a ground trim into a half floor, which I've shot, I've staged, I've been in many first floor apartments like this, or condos, or whatever type of this is. Simple gate, stoopy staircase, very Sesame Street. Then you have the middle section, you have the top, and then you have this is completely fake. It's like, or it's pure decoration. There's no structure inside of it. So it's probably just it's like basically this same topper with these little brackets that we're gonna make for the windows too. Same bracket, same tooth design. Put this into one HDA and just click generate and have a bunch of different one of these pop up. So you vary the height of the window, you vary the height between floors, you vary how many windows there are per section, how wide they are, how tall they are, etc. You vary you want to have them all match probably. And the book I have, they talk about like the patterns you do by like repeating certain windows and whatnot. And then I'll basically have this as a facade, and I'll probably like H-lod them or just like combine them into like a pretty low poly mesh and just have them as like a ton of them that you can just stick against the background. I could build out the interiors too eventually. Oh yeah, and the fire escape. Yeah. I mean, to me, this is like the procedural case study. I mean, I think I see a lot of people making these, and in Unreal Engine too, people who are like starting off in level design. Yeah, so there's a couple different styles that I've been picking out, but I'm going to make the little columns here today for the windows. There's also planters, but then the brackets, the columns and the brackets, and they are, I don't know how I'm going to make the bracket, but I know how I'm going to make the columns. That's just like another extrude. Another sweep with the profile. When do you plan to finish work on Cinetracer? Never. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a long project for sure. It's at least another year. I'm anticipating about a year-ish to get to version 1, which is kind of a Redux version, which is kind of weird. Oh, I want to see that actually. I mean, I already started it with version 0.5. It's like kind of taking things away and figuring out like what the core app should be and what the core asset set should be. Sneaking it into about like a 6 to 8 gigabyte download for the iPad version, and then I can kind of blow up the PC version again. But it's kind of like reduxing everything down, having all the assets I want in it. About a year to get that, I think. So these brownstones are made with steel. That's interesting. So steel framing. I can make this steel frame generator now. Like I do it modularly inside of Cinetracer, but I can basically implement actual construction standards now. Like I could have all of the beams, all the wood, all the framing could be correct. I could have like the air conditioners correct, and then we could blow it up. But like, it's more of a VFX workflow because you don't end up seeing that. But this is it right here. Pediment. It looks like that's the footer. And now this has brackets on it. So we need these side columns here, and you could go to you can do a lot with them, and they do tend to be double hung windows. So I'm gonna have to separate that out. It's the same drawing. Yeah, they're all double hung, 2-to-1 double hung windows, more like 3-to-1 almost. Yeah, and then the brackets. Okay, so we just need a frame and then a bracket, and this same frame style is going to be used a ton. Sweeping a curve across just like straight lines for these side parts. That's floor trim, that's base. Like all these all become like trim parts. And they're kind of tedious to set up at the moment, but so what's common about this? It's like I'm right now. This is like when I first started doing Unreal Engine. I would just write the same blueprint like over and over again when you really should be looking for places to like reuse them. But it's still kind of early for me in this thing. Okay, so I am streaming correctly. That's good. What HDAs do you implement in Cinetracer? What do you mean? Like, how many people do you have in your team? 0. It's 1. It's me. We don't get the HDAs in actual Cinetracer. We just get the resulting static meshes from them. So I'm going to make this same thing again. I haven't figured out a way of templating this because the whole UI has to get duplicated too. But I'm basically going to take one of these profiles and then just loft it up one side and then mirror it. That'll be the sides, and then make the bracket, and then do my best to just like art direct the dimensions and the curves themselves and output a window. Or bring this onto my wall generator somehow. I don't know how I'm going to do that. And then bring it into Unreal Engine and just kind of like look at it with some seamless textures on it. So that shouldn't take as long as yesterday was, because I built this from scratch yesterday. And also what was it? Oh, the tablets and stuff. Those are good. Those are like actual production assets. Those are going out there. Those will be used on like real people's commercials, like probably the week that I release that, people will be using that on real jobs. So that's a very practical one to do. Oh, that's an ad. What's this? So this is the line. This is the line with the point VOP with the transform. So this is kind of like the pain right here. And it's not that bad. But I kind of do this over and over again. So let me look at this. We have a line that's parameterized by resolution. Oh, I never parameterized the length. Ouch. Okay. So we grab a hold of those two things and we go into a point VOP, and we're basically ramping and then range mapping or fitting. It's called fitting here. And then we parameterize the max values of both. And then we feed that into another line through a sweep. So I need to kind of I got to start with the parameters. I'm going to do that a lot. So I hope that there's a way that I can eventually figure out to like template that and use it over and over again. I think there is. Worst case, I could write a Python script that I would click like a shelf button and it would just make me one of those and then just dump it onto a null. So like what I'm about to do manually, it would just do it for me. And every single thing I do here is a Python command that I could do instead. And I could just generate as many as I want. That's probably one of the next projects. We'll see. Or somehow it's an HDA, but I still have to then expose these. So it's like, I kind of need a script that makes the UI for me as well. Though once I make this building facade generator, I don't know how many more of these. I'm going to probably move on to something else, but I think this is a good case study to just kind of keep learning Houdini. So this one is going to be I'll just call it the trim, which this is like kind of all trim, but. And then this is the thing, is like this is repetitive. This is the same thing again. With inset depth, profile height, profile depth, segments, hood profile. It's the same thing here. So it's like probably I should repeat it. But even if I make it an HDA, I still have to expose those parameters here. So, and the implementation of this one's a little bit different. So it's kind of, I don't know. It doesn't feel very good to just keep copying and pasting these down. But I need them separately, so I don't know what to do. What up, Tim? So parameters aren't exposed inside Cinetracer? No, you can't. You can't, because you need Houdini running in the background to generate the mesh after. There's definitely like a miscommunication. With Cinetracer current, it's kind of always been like this. It's because I used to make plugins for Maya in Cinema 4D that people expect Cinetracer to operate like a program, and it's really it's a video game. So it has like all the same limits of video games. Like you can't load up as much stuff. The display is very render heavy. So things like undo, I mean, I can write undo. It's just gonna take me a little while. But like all that stuff you'd get in like a normal like DCC app type situation, like a boilerplate like Apple Mac OS app or something like that. Like I don't have any of that stuff. It's a video game, so it's very different. Okay, so we're gonna call this thing. Oh, it's early. Trim with inset, and yeah, really just the actual variable name matters. So trim depth. I'm just gonna rehook these up. I'm not going to take the time to write the Python for it because I don't really know exactly how I would do that yet. Like I could write the Python that writes this, but I don't know how I'd like really use it. Whereas this is like kind of it's a manual way, but it'll work out in the end. Like this will be usable. I can ship an asset after I make it. That's what's important to me. It's like just produce something with it, even if it wasn't like perfect. Something got made. Put it in the game. Kept learning. So we have everything's renamed. This is what I'm guessing are the parameters, and width. So this is a little bit different than the other ones, but it's also very the same. Like this, and this. Ooh. These four are tied to that point VOP and line. So that's something that's very common. Like what I do with that sweep, that depends on what we're making. So this part's is different like that's gonna change. I'm not even sure if that's like valid at this point. So we have the new trim one. They all look the same. And this is one step further than I ever took it in Cinema 4D because I never parameterized the curve before. That's really cool. I saw someone doing that. What's up, Quattro? Parameterizing the curve is incredible, and I haven't even been like using it to its full power, like switching this to like Bezier curves or B-splines or anything like that. But I shall. So this is going to be the side trim, and then we'll do the brackets, and then hopefully go do something with all of this stuff. And we're missing resolution, and I'm missing it segments. No, I have it. Points, profile segments. I don't remember what width. I don't think I ever used that. And what is depth? There's no depth. There's no depth in this case. But what is there? There is. We could just call this width. So I'll make it 10 centimeters wide. I forget how I'm going to implement that. We'll find out. Profile height. I forget. What are like some reasonable numbers? 0.8, 0.2. I'm just going to copy this exactly. 0.8, 0.25, and 10. 0.8, 0.25, 10. So this one, this is the trim. We're in the new trim one. This goes here. Length. I never... Now, I think length is going to be width in this case. I think this drives that because it's going to go sideways. I'll leave it at 1 for now. I'm not really sure. I'll leave this 1. Oh, it's 1 meter. Okay, there's no way in hell that's 1. That's 0.1. I still haven't done this enough to like really have it down like that. I don't know exactly how this is going to sweep across, but I know I have to change these. This one's window pediment. Oh crap, what is this called? This one is depth, this one's height. And what did I call this? Where's height? Profile height. Trim profile height. Right, so all I should have to do is switch out this variable here, which is kind of nice about programming. I don't have to like link the editor. I can just type it correctly and it'll pick up on it. So that switches those two out. They're hooked up to this now. And we need to hook up this parameter to the ramp parameter here. Yeah. I'll do something like this for now. Actually, I'm going to do the other one too. I'm going to drop it down so I can see... I think this is a good profile to kind of look at. And so this has to loft up a spline. So that's hooked up. Profile height is hooked up. Depth is hooked up. Segments is hooked up. These don't do anything yet. I think width is going to actually be length on the line. So this is kind of like a very common setup. If I can just copy and paste it, it's not all that bad. It's kind of like the first initialization of it. Can someone point me to some fence tutorial? Yeah, Google fence Houdini on. There's so many. CGI Nerd has one for sure. I've seen others. Look up CGI Nerd's YouTube channel. Okay, yeah. So I can't work R&D. Like, I mean, this isn't R&D. This is like tech art, but like, it needs to get to the final result quickly, or else I'm like not happy. So I'm kind of like in this loop where this isn't turning into a mesh that I'm using in game, and it annoys me over time. So this is gonna go up. This is determined by window height. So right here. Yeah, that's this thing's length. Now the number of points on it, I don't think it matters. So that's gonna be as tall as the window. I guess I'll draw it centered, because then I don't have to do any else. I'll do it centered. So we're going to take this channel here, and we're going to make its Z here minus 0.5 times negative 0.5. So it's centered this way. And then we're going to loft up it, or sweep it, or something like that. Sweep. That is the backbone curve, correct? And this is the geometry, and we might have to rotate it. Yeah, we got to rotate it. Actually, it's just inverted, so... It's really kind of reconfiguring the point VOP more than anything. Like if I... We're mapping Y into Z positive. We want to map it into Z negative. So it is kind of, it would be nice to maybe do that here. And that's, what am I mapping it into? Z? I don't see Z. How is that? No, we're not mapping it. Oh, that's okay. Sweeping changes which way we're pushing it. So we're pushing it into X. Oh, I'm confused. I'm really drawing this thing on XY, I believe, and then I push it back on X. So if I invert this right here, if I range this to be negative this, it'll flip it, and then I don't have to transform it. Yeah, that did it. Okay, so now it's flipped inward. That's what I want. That's perfect. Now it's, oh, and it's not centered either. Excellent. Is height hooked up? Which way does height propagate? Perfect. Perfect. That's absolutely perfect. And depth, also perfect. I like Houdini a lot. Now, why is it off 0 so much here? I don't know why. Oh, that's because the ramp isn't starting at 0. There we go, like this. This is perfect. This is like, I mean, it's technical, but this is like so much nicer than doing this by hand, and extruding all of these in Maya. I always found that overwhelming because there were so many parts by the end. And all the parts here, you can just wrap them up in nodes and hopefully start to reuse them. One sec. Okay, so we made this thing. It needs some art direction, but to start, it needs to be translated and then mirrored on YZ. So I think we translate first. Transform. And transform is half window width. Positive. So this one times 0.5. Something like that. That seems a bit off. But actually, the window's currently set up to be square. And then we're going to mirror it. It even picked the red axis for me. Let me double check what these are saying here. Direction is on X. Reverse normals, I guess. Seems fine. There's nothing to seem... If they were like right next to each other, they would merge the verts or something together. Okay, so let's look at this big picture. This, I think, is all ready to be merged in. So that was pretty quick. So maybe I don't have to template it. I just do that every time. I'm going to have to start to figure out how you make these like bigger node layouts look nicer, because this is just going to start every time I add something, it's another box that terminates in a merge. I guess kind of going like this every time would help center it. So let's look at our new addition. Okay, so now what's driving currently the how much it goes out? It's, in this case, it's width. Is that the profile height? It is. Okay, so profile height takes over. We no longer need this one. Everything in this case is determined by this curve. So if I say it's 0.5, the profile height is 0.5, it's actually kind of like, if you want to look at it, it's like kind of the width. And then all these other ones need to have this didn't exist before. Needs to have 2 of those added to their starter width so that these they overtake it. So I need to go copy and paste this into everything times 2 for 1, 2, 3 pieces. It's not that bad. We don't have that many. So it's kind of like the base geometry up here. When we're calculating radius, this was a long time ago. I wrote this. This looks like width. This says width. It's probably this times 0.5 in a bracket or parenthesis plus 2 times this. So this is getting long, but we're gonna basically go stick that on all the width calculations. Maybe it's not 2 times. It's just 1. I guess it probably, ooh, not that one. It depends on the asset. Like that one's a radius. Radius inherently has 2 sides, like is double, because it's radius is half the circle. It's not that we're not defining diameter. If it was diameter, we'd have to add 2. Radius adds 2 by itself, because this is being generated from a circle. So the next one is the hood, this guy. Now, who's driving this ship? What is this? It's this one. Oh god, I gotta do it the point fop. Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's here. Okay, so now we're gonna say that width is, oh, this shouldn't be that bad. We just jump in here. I actually prefer this instead of the attributes get so clogged up. Oh, but then you can't paste the control that easily either. So I gotta kind of like grab this. And I think this one I have to do 2 times because it's a pure width. It's not and we're missing an end parenthesis. It's not a radius. And so the parameter is called trim profile height. It like worked for a second and then stopped working. Is it the order of operations? I suck at this stuff. I just need to like take a second and like remember how that works. So that's not even close. Did I write the wrong thing? Trim profile height. It's getting the okay, it's pulling 0. That's what happened, right? There we go. And it's not 2. I'm wrong in all cases. It's just one of these. It's just one. So that'll fully encompass that trim now. And same thing for the bottom one. And then we just need to make it not look funny. It's just not like, we just haven't chosen nice curves yet. So same exact math goes down for however this this is another point VOP. So it's the same thing as this. We just put this at the end. Uh-oh. Wait, yeah, this one. Okay, so we're just changing out how we calculate this. Did I grab the plus already? So plus channel that. There we go. Okay. So now these are all hooked up, and this kind of like makes it like a full window treatment, sort of. Like a curve-based, and then 2 curve-based trims there. So it is going to mirror it. So let's try to make a trim that like looks like how it should look. So this is the inside right here. That's interesting. And this is the outside. So I think a profile that makes sense is kind of more like, this doesn't have to come all the way out. I guess that's the depth, isn't it? That's this. I think something like simple like that to start is okay. They're just kind of blocky, and we can add more like details into them as we need to. And I have profile segments, and somehow we are like way overshooting how much I needed to go out there. I've got this like super overhang. I think that's the nature of how I drew this curve, is that it's always pushing out from here the height of that profile. So I have to kind of figure out how I'm gonna clean that up. I could essentially, I think that's where I wrote this with inset, is because I need to shrink it in a certain amount, but I wasn't sure how to program it, so I just made a parameter, but then never hooked it up. And I think it's a dead parameter on almost all of these, and we don't use either one of these for these trim profiles, so I'm gonna strip these out real quick. So this was like the most basic one of all of them, in that it's just the trim profile defines the entire thing there. So I'm gonna make this. Oh no, we're not in realistic world at all. We have a 5 meter by 5 meter window. This thing is gigantic. So how bad is this gonna break if I make it 2? Oh no, 1 by 2. Right, like that's a fairly normal window. And so the thing that's insane are all the trim dimensions are gigantic, because they're basically all like unitized. They're all like kind of like 1 for their like primary attribute, and then fractions of 1 after that. But really they need to be like 0.1 and then 0.0 fractions of that. So before, actually, I mean, like, this is kind of ready. Like, I think this is kind of it. I mean, I could make the brackets. The brackets are just another ramp with an extrusion, like a triangle, and then loft it across. And I'm not beveling anything because I don't like crashing. I'm gonna try to get some like realistic parameters on this. This is pretty much finished. That does nothing. That does do something. Okay. I gotta kill the parameters that are dead, because they're just like... Well, is this actually dead? I'll leave them at 0. Because I think I need to come back and fix this if I want these windows to perfectly line up, which they are. Perfectly the depth off, which is from here to there is its width, or half of it. I think that's what's happening. Okay, so let's start with the arc here. This is the cool part of the demo here. Is like this can be curved, so we'll make curvy ones too. But we'll start with the triangle, 2 segs, and I kind of need to see it in context of like an actual building. But like, is that like way too? I think the depth is okay. I think the height is probably too much. It's like that, and then the profile height I believe is too much as well. So we'll like halve it. We'll go to like 0.25. That's not enough. 0.3 maybe. I gotta just bring everything down. So the next one's this hood. This hood height is like 0.5. So we'll do like 0.3. We'll do 0.2. Let's do 0.2 for all the heights. 0.2. For some reason that one looks like it needs double it. I'm not sure how to make it look normal. So it's coming out in depth like way too much. I think that's... I don't remember. That's this thing. I think that's this depth here. So we'll do 0.2, 0.1, 0.2. If that's 0.2, that looks... I can't tell. I have to see it next to like a person. And I'm going to bring back the arc pediment depth, which is... that one. No. Is it this? 0.3. Alright, so pull that one back a little bit. Maybe I can handle being 0.4 exactly, and it won't intersect. That's pretty good. And then these trims are like way too deep, so I'm gonna pull these back. I need to bring out a Timmy and look at this, a Tommy, whatever he's called. I usually do like 10 centimeter trims work out. For like an exterior window, it might be more like 20. Let me look at 10. So that's 0.1. Oh, yeah, that makes a huge difference. Oh, because these are all being, yeah, I see. So maybe it is 0.2. And what's up with the depth? Is also 0.2. That's like way too much. It's like 0.02. That's 2 centimeters. We'll do maybe like 5 centimeters out. I don't love these profiles anymore. I gotta come tweak this profile, but I'll just square it out pretty much for now. And it's starting to get... Okay, yeah, so with that being 5 centimeters now, if you look at the footer, it's like gigantic. Oh yeah, it's over here. The sill. So its depth, is this hooked? It is. Okay, so say we're gonna do 0.3. Is that what we said? What's this one there? Maybe 0.2. So it's 20 centimeters out. It's a lot. Do 0.1. And so this thing's height is almost a meter tall, so that's like insane. So we'll do like 1.2. And what is controlling this like insane width that's happening here? So like it should be like in there, but the way we beveled it, that's never gonna happen. I need inset. I really need this width inset hooked up. I think I basically just subtract this times 2 from the width. That's all that number's gonna end up doing to kind of artificially bring this in here. I need to go hook those up. That's why it's literally the first parameter. But again, depth is, what did we say, 0.2? It doesn't look too far off. I need width inset to fix this. Let me look at the reference. That's always the way. Oh, they're like they're nowhere near. So on a door, they're like super thick, but on a window, they're like nothing like that. They're like 0.5 depth for all of them. That's like the one, actually this is the first one I made. It's like the very reduxed one. It's just like a cube and cube below it. I mean, those are pretty out there, but they're not as deep as I've made them here. Like they're not anywhere near that far out, really. It's at least half. So I'm looking at the depth of this sill is 0.1. We'll do 0.1. That also shrinks in the side. So we'll 0.1 all these depths. I was like way off. Hood. That's not this one. Shit. What was this value? I don't know. We'll just make him 10 centimeters out. And that is not the same as that one for some reason. Like I look at this from like an ortho. Ortho, I have no idea. Right? Ah, that's perfect. So I want these to be in line, and it looks like it's double. Like, is it this profile height here? It's not. So they're all lofted differently, so it's kind of hard to. This is like, I see, this is the height there, and what's controlling that? This one? 0.2. Okay, this is the one that's like way too much. It's 0.1. There we go. That brings it back into the world. I extruded the back of this one kind of funny for the arc. So, I don't really know how to fix that. Arc segments, arc height, titanium offset. That's going to be smaller now. What's this? This is the height of... I don't know what the hell that's doing from this angle. Depth is probably this one, so 0.1. 0.15. Okay, I think that's pretty good for depthing it. Like if that's a 1 meter tall window. Is that what I said? 2 meter. Well, that's really tall. That's a very big window. Well, anyway, it's a 2 meter tall window. And how's this looking now? I think that's pretty good. Those are decent looking dimensions. I think this is still a little bit too far out, this thing, because that's 5 centimeters off the back wall. That's a lot. And I forget how this is going to get stuck on the wall. I'll have to program. This becomes an HDA, and I'm going to bring it back to my wall generator. And God, there are a lot of parameters to set up on it. Jesus Christ. And this isn't even like, I mean, this is a lot. Like the full crazy window has like 2 brackets here, 2 brackets under it, like a planter with like columns on it and a gate, and then like another one. So that's like 8 more. That's at least 4 more tabs to fully parameterize that. But that would be cool. We'd have like super detailed windows. Just these alone will look, I think, pretty good. I think my height is a little high. Like they're literally like kind of shallow like this, like 0.3. Yeah, that's kind of that feels like the vibe. The profiles are all these little arc profiles I drew are very basic, and they look, it's like it's off-putting because there's all these segments that are not doing anything. It looks kind of weird. I think if I draw this flat, yeah. So if you take out the, oh, I have to UV these. Damn it. Yeah, we're gonna stop here. I'm not gonna put the brackets in for sanity reasons, because I have to UV all these now, and they don't need collisions, thank God, but they need to be UV'd and then normaled. We could probably normal them. Actually, I can UV and normal these all at once, because I don't care. These aren't like, if these just end up on a substance painter sheet, that's fine. Doesn't matter. They don't have to be like super optimized into trims or something like that. Maybe someday. But that looks pretty good flat shaded. And the purple ones, I think the normals are flipped. So that has to be done per face. That can't just be done kind of like wholesale, I don't think. So we got some normal flipping. UV the whole thing and send this back out to my wall generator as an HDA. Those look pretty good. And the profiles I can tweak on like the final. This is still like the template basically. So let's go flip the normals one by one. Let's look at this piece. So it's just the front face is flipped. So that is this right here. Luckily flipping normals in Houdini is like not as tragic as, or is not as much manual labor as other programs. You just find the right place and right reverse. This bottom face, I can't tell if it's flipped or not. It looks kind of purple. It's flipped. 100% it's flipped. So that is it this one? Yep. So we just hop in here. Actually, I think I could just write reverse. And then, boom, reversed. So that one's all cleaned up. Pretty easy. Let's diagnose the next one. So same thing. This and that are reversed. It's the same exact thing. Reverse. Should be fixed. And this one here, reverse. And that still looks purple. Oh, I flipped the wrong one. Now that one's flipped. Okay, so undo. It's this one. That's the one that's flipped. Reverse. Goes here. And the whatever that is fine now. This one's probably the same exact thing, so it's these left two. Reverse. Reverse. So that one's fixed. And this one okay. I think this one was fine. Those are not reversed, so we're normal now, and I'm gonna just auto UV the whole thing at the end. Labs UV auto. It's a heavy one for this, I'm sure. Yeah, it takes a second. And then we'll quick shade it and output it. And go put it on an actual wall. That's mighty fine looking right there. I'm gonna put an output. Name it, I don't know, window. I don't know how to use these really yet. I'm just gonna write out window. I don't know why. That's how I'm doing it. And oh, we didn't do inset, but I can kind of see like the design's off because, well, it's okay. It's more than my windows have at the moment, which they have nothing. I don't have exterior window dressing. This is the first of it. So I'm gonna see if I can like fix the orientation a little bit, but as you make things taller and wider, the parameters that control that are kind of I don't know how to program them. I just kind of move the settings until it looks good. So I could expose some parameters on this like auto UV later. It's pretty good. I think if I just switch the alignment to min, we'll be, or axis aligned, I think we'll be okay. This being flipped doesn't make me super happy. That triangle needs to come in quite a bit, actually. The offset's wrong. But, oh, I need to kill this face. We don't actually need the window in it, so I gotta pull, that'll save a lot of UV space. So it's time to lose this. There we go. Oh yeah, that guy was a lot better. Yeah, because we don't need that. That's the rough opening goes there. And yeah, I basically once I cook one of these, once I commit to the proportions that I like, I'm gonna over buffer it. Ooh, I don't like this corner. It's because of the auto seam. I could probably just do unwrap. Unwrap looks perfect. It looks really good. We lost. Yeah, I did like the. Let's look at shortest. This is gonna fragment it even more. Ooh, and it took a long time. Cluster never helped. Actually, nah. Unwrap is really good because it, auto seam is really nice because it keeps this seam here. Because if I make this just like a seamlessly tiled texture for all of this stuff, like that's nice because this corner will look like it's all one piece of cement. This sure as hell will not, but that's okay. Like the top of this wouldn't necessarily flow over. It's more like this edge, you might think, but that's what these tolerances are here. If I tweak them, I don't usually like changing them too much, but let me just try this one. This one's 0.5. At a certain point, it becomes just one gigantic uber mesh. But that's the second parameter, so this must be the actual driver grain tolerance. So 0.12 is default. If you bring it down to 0, or on one end, it becomes just one flattened mesh, or not in this case, I guess. Never mind. I don't see much changing at all. Oh no, there it goes. It starts to like split off. I kind of like it at 0 for some reason. I don't really. 0 looks pretty clean. What am I get? It's like kind of snapping them together. It just snaps the edges of the sill on the bottom. That's all that's happening with this grain tolerance. I'm okay with 0. I'm okay with this. So this we could we bake this, Substance Painter it, we could ZBrush High Poly it too. But we're generating our low poly UV mesh, which is like the pain in the ass one. But this is the final game mesh, and how we decide to high poly it, it's up to us. But that can't be. I don't think I want to do high poly generation in this program. I think if I was gonna like make this like look like concrete, I'd bring it into ZBrush, high poly it up, sculpt, bring that into Substance, and this and maybe like another variation if I get UV'd all into one. So that's pretty good. So let's see if I can wrap this into an HDA. If that's, I'm not even sure, because it doesn't, I'm not bringing it into the, it could just probably be a subnetwork. I don't really know. These were my trim. These are like the side trims. So I think this window is the most complicated, fully procedural thing I've ever made. I mean, definitely in Houdini, but even in Cinema or Maya, the fact that the curves are parametric is different. Like before, I just had like a library of curves that I would make, and I would just like instance them into a curve on in Cinema 4D. It's a nice feature that you can do that actually, but this is even better. Like I would have, like, the difference would have been like, instead of, where are my controls? Instead of actually having the curve here, you would just load in curves into this one, which you could do here, but you can just actually like edit the curve right here. It's kind of heavy once everything's UV'd. So I need to get, oh shit, putting all these parameters on HDA, that's going to be like a lot of work. Like, just to do that. But I need this on my window generator now. Or my wall window generator. Not exactly sure how to do that. I think this is already an HDA. It is. Or it's already a sub. No, that's a geometry. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Let's look at the hierarchy of this thing. So we have a subnetwork. Oh, this is the subnetwork. Okay, so it is a subnetwork already. Nothing's exposed on it. So I could just copy and paste this. I think. I don't know how to do that though. But this has no high level controls, or I make it an HDA. I don't know the difference. I don't know like the difference between like a subnetwork and an HDA. Other than you can bring an HDA into Unreal Engine, but I'm not doing that. So I don't know. I feel like one less step of it not being an HDA is what I would want. Yeah, window pediment. This is exactly, it's the full window actually. It's the full window dressing. So I'm gonna call this one window dressing exterior. Yeah, I could live with that. So this is the subnetwork. It has nothing exposed at the top. Do I expose every single one of those parameters? And then in here is the mesh. I could make collisions. I could make LODs for it. I think that all happens here. And then these are the parameters that I need to kind of like send up, which there's like 50, something like that, 50 parameters, maybe a little bit more. I mean, this is all one parameter here. So yeah, it's like not even 50, but close. 40 parameters in folders. Hopefully you can just copy and paste them. That would be cool. So yeah, is this an HDA or can it be a subnetwork and just be... I don't know what the difference is. It should work as a subnetwork. Just put the parameters on the subnetwork. Okay. So if I keep this thing here, I'm gonna pop into its params. I don't need to see these, right? I could just like hide this or something. Invisible. Can I just like, can I just, because like usually you go like this, but that's brutal. Like that's going to take forever. And I have to like refolder them. Can you just like how do I get these all over here? Can I open up the... Oh, that's doing something. I don't know what that is. Can I do this? Like... Oh, this looks like a thing. Is this gonna work? Oh, sad. Wait, is it not? Can I do like that? If I copy these, it's not gonna link them, is it? Is that... If I do... Copy parameters... Are they hooked up now? I don't know. Find out. If that's how you do it, that's fine. If I have to go do them by hand, I guess that's fine too. It's not that bad. But... Okay, moment of truth. Definitely not. Definitely does not work because these are all 0. This would have like collapsed on itself. F. Okay, so I guess I'm going to drag them over one by one and then refolder them. It's not that bad. I wonder if I can undo out of this. I feel like... I think that probably did it. No, they're still on there. That did it. So they're not on there anymore. Okay, well, I'll just drag them over one by one and stick them in folders. It's not that bad. How come there's like more now? There's this third one. What's miscellaneous? Invisible, invisible, invisible. Okay, let the dragging begin. Okay, so there's this one. This one. Is it not taking the default values? That's gonna suck if it's not. It's not. Oh no, then I gotta... Oh, you can horizontally join them? That's cool. I kind of want to do that actually. Because then they're right next to each other. That's kind of cool. I won't do that for now. Ah, man, then I gotta go write all the parameters down. And the curves too. Could you save these curves? Can I save this? Like... well, I don't know what these buttons do. I don't really want to push them. What's this do? That feel like remove point, add point. Damn it. Maximize ramp, hide controls. Can I copy and paste these? Do I have to make these by hand? That's not fun. Oh, I could probably right click it, right? Can I copy this? Copy values, right? Yeah. Where's copy values? There's got to be a way to copy that over there without having to do this by hand. So I guess I'm going to make this folder for it called arc. Call it folder arc. I mean, this is like if I was making this in Python, I'd have to like... This would mean something. So arc height, segments, titanium offset. And you have all your values are not initialized, especially this ramp. That sucks. So I'm gonna go type in. Now, are you not even keeping your... I don't really want to move that. That does look like it's 0 to... This should... Ah, God. Okay, I gotta go range all these. This one wasn't ranged correctly. What's important is really their defaults, which is this. Oh, no. Oh, no, it did keep them. They are in there. Never mind. I see the defaults. There they are. Okay, is the ramp still there? I can't tell. I can't tell if it kept the ramp. I won't really know. Okay, so just keeping defaults. Okay, that becomes less painful if it's keeping the defaults for me. Hood. And there probably is a way to just get these all... Oh, yeah, okay. Good on you. Good on you. Houdini. I tried to add the same parameter. Which if I was doing this in Python, I'm pretty sure it would be like, sure. And then it wouldn't work. But this editor kind of knew that was keeping track of that. Now, how come I'm not giving names to folders anymore? I named this one, but I'm not naming these ones. It's auto-naming them now. This is the sill. I really hope it's bringing over this profile for me. Not that those are good, but they were like kind of... They were okay. They were acceptable looking. So there's the sill. The profile ramp makes it more intimidating than it really is because it's like you don't have to copy those, they come with it. And this one is the trim. I should call it like side trim or something. Profile height, depth, segments, hood profile. Okay, so let's see what you look like out here. Okay, thank goodness. Oh, crap. It's called subnet. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Where did I just put those? Where did I put all those variables? What the fuck did I just do? Did I just put it here? Oh my god, I put them in the wrong place. I put them on the wrong object. How did that happen? I put those on the mesh, not the subnetwork. Fuck. Okay. These are growing pains. Gotta do that again. Put it on the wrong node. That's so sad. That super sucks. It's this one. I want it on this. I wondered why it was different. It had a miscellaneous tab. I was like, oh, why is there a miscellaneous tab on this one? Because it wasn't a subnetwork. That was the reason. Way back 5 minutes ago. Okay, let's put it on the right fucking thing here. Subnetwork. God. That sucks. Yeah, no miscellaneous tab here. Just thought about it for like 1 extra second. And again. Width, height, folder, 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 folder. This one is arc, hood, sill, trim. Let's see if I can just do this all without thinking. Boom. I'm not doing the separator apparently. Nah, I don't feel confident I clicked the right one. There we go. Separator, can you come through? Nah, gotta add that later. I don't even need it probably. Okay, this isn't so bad. I was just anticipating like having to like reparameter, like re-type all the defaults in, and like I was like, uh-oh. Then I have to do this like a more organized way, but this is just like. I feel like there's got to be a faster way than this, but I'll be done before I have time to even think about it. I'm pretty sure I could write something that does this for me. I was like, just take the parameters here, put them there, but don't break anything, but keep everything together. Okay, so back at OBJ level, we do in fact have an escape. I don't know what that lock is, whatever. We do have this here, and we'll change the arc segs, which is like the easiest way to check what's going on here. Make it round. Alright, so I made the little round pediment now. Okay, so this thing is well, I could make it an HDA now, right? And would it like inherit these? How do I get this into another network? Can I copy and paste it? Like copy? I could probably just make it an HDA in my folder then, right? That it's like going to. I don't know how to get this out of here. I'm gonna just hit copy. I don't know if this is gonna work. I feel like it's not, but I've copied it. I'm gonna go find my wall. Wall Windows 1. That sounds like it. Yeah, so we don't want. Yeah, so before I made like a cube and like the first version of the pediment, now I'm gonna just swap that out for the one we made. It's a little bit better. I'm gonna save as. Just copy and paste. Okay, cool. Thanks. So we're gonna call this O2 because I don't want to lose that one. I never even pushed this to Unreal because I didn't like it. But now we have the window frame itself. We have the mullions. That's got to be its own subnetwork because I need multiple to make a double. And then these are the sills here. And they're transformed already. Okay. Okay. And then that goes into a merge. That gets UV'd. Auto UV'd. And then copy to points. So we can, this is the save as, yeah. So if I like, ruin everything, I can delete this one. Let's turn off the UVing. That's a little heavy sometimes. We'll just like not do this. There we go. So that it'll UV the wall. And then maybe I can paste this here. Oh no. It didn't work. Let's try it again. So whatever. We're trying to get it back into this file. I'm gonna go open the window pediment subnetwork. So this one, Control C, can I paste? There it is. Okay, so I was able to paste it within this. Oh, I was at the wrong level. Oh, damn it, it has to be. Oh, motherfucker. This is an object level HDA. Fuck. The other. Oh, god damn it. That's a SOP level. I need a SOP level HDA because it's a mesh generator. Son of a bitch. Okay. So I think actually I can just go back to. Is it this? Can I just use this? Is this still object level? This is geometry level. So it needs to be in here because I'm like inserting it into I need to do a geometry level SOP or whatever subnetwork, not a object one. This is a good case study on how to do this completely wrong. I need it here. Damn it. You're in two files. Does that work? Can you do that though? If you wanted the attributes on the nodes inside the node network window, you can hit P. If you want the attributes of the nodes inside the node network window, huh? You're in two files. I'm hopefully able to get this to the other file. I think I was just in the wrong network thing context. So really, I need to make this a subnetwork at this level, or is this is in a geometry node. This is still an object, and this is still an object. Still an object. I need something in the geo node. Fuck. Again, fuck. Okay, so shit. I need to make this a subnetwork, right? And then this can go into where I was using it. Cry. Or I can just copy and paste this entire network over. I mean, that's basically what I'm doing, right? You're just putting it in a box. Son of a bitch. So I should subnetwork this and bring that over. I cry. Wait a minute. That's not. That's just. Is that what it? That's a network box. That's not what I want. Or is that the same thing? Is this basically like, is that all I'm really doing? Where's the subnetwork? This is different, right? A subnetwork, a subnet. But what if I change this? That reference doesn't go out there. That's why I should make it an HDA, right? Because then if I change this source code here in this file, then it references in the other one, right? Put everything in a networking group. In a network group. What's that? I don't know what a network group is. So yeah, possibly this is deeper down the hole than I've gone. I don't know how to have these like all talk to each other. Wouldn't making it an HDA work? And then if I come in here, I'm like, I want the math to be a little different. Then I save the HDA, then that gets updated in the other one. I don't know what a network group is. I might just copy and paste this whole network into the other one, as shitty as that probably is. Or, because I don't really feel like, I guess, I'm going to try to subnet it. This one, right? Oh, it's got a big fat error on it. Doesn't feel good. What's wrong with you? Oh, the output. Okay, yeah, I'll just kill the output on it. Fine, whatever. Oh, this. It doesn't like this. Oh, Jesus. What is all this stuff? It doesn't like this? Oh, there's an output. Why is there an output on this grid? What is that? So now we have, this is a subnet, but it's like a geometry subnet. I'm going to call this window dressing. I'm going to write geo subnet because I just need to, get that in there. If you want to reference it, HDA is probably the only way. Okay, so I made this a subnet. Oh, why is it so flat now? Did this break? Oh, no. What happened? It didn't like this. Things broke. What happened? Uh-oh. Oh, because this is being referenced out at like a higher level now? Fuck, I broke this. Can I like strip off all those other ones? I don't... Oh, sad. I don't feel like I can undo my way out of this at this point. I mean, it's all there. I have to break all these channels, right? If I just delete them off of this, what if I make this an HDA? But it's the wrong HDA. It's an object level one. We don't want that. Unless I wanted them to be different objects, which I don't. What if I delete all the interface off of this? Will that unlink them? I feel like I would have to do that, right? Like if I just like, because I don't need this HDA. I don't need an object level window generator, right? So now what? I broke it. It's completely fucked now. It's like all inverted and shit. Damn. Should have saved as. This is all the same one. I can fix it. It's just going to take time. So what up now? All the profiles are gone is what happened. I lost all my profiles in that. Kind of sucks. Everything's right. It's the I lost the profiles in that whole dance. What's up with you? Brad parameter reference. For the arc profile, ramp interp, yeah. Well, you have nothing now. What do you care? What do you care? Why is this still linked? Should I delete these channels? That sucks. Try undo? I guess. Yeah. Maybe we did have enough. I'll keep going back. Change selection. Yeah, I guess if it's keeping the undo history here, I don't know. I don't know how much I have. Wait, did that already drop it out? I'm looking for this to turn back to normal. Oh. This is the end here. I think the problem is your paths got F'd since you basically added an exterior folder. Yeah. Well, they're back now, but it doesn't look right. Something's... I wish I just thought... I didn't know. I'm still learning. So this has a broken path again. The ramps are not linked. I'll just draw the paths again. Man, I wish I had just was new Houdini. You can change the saving to incremental in the settings. I just need to, like, anytime I think before I do any, like, HDA packing or stuff like that for now, because I'm still a little bit fuzzy on it. I'm still just, like, kind of, like, blindly following, like, a tutorial in my head. I need to incremental save, because, like, that sucks. Like, those curves kind of don't come back now. They're here, though, somehow. Like, I see them. They're on these parameters on this object level subnetwork, but they're not being applied. Meaning I like unlinked them. I saw them for a second. Is there a redo? Fuck. Undo history. Undo change selection. Oh, I know. It's just gonna undo. Yeah, because I've been like clicking around in the. I've just been clicking around in the UI. That's all it's doing. Nothing to do. Or undid. Is it still undoing? No, we got nothing. The curves are there. I mean, they're not that hard. Whatever. It's like It's like okay. It's gonna take time to do though. It's not that bad. Like those are like generics of the curve. Those are like the generic version of what the curve should be for what piece it is. I just have to go figure that out again. They're just not connected, but I don't need them anyway. Okay, fuck. I'm just gonna delete it. This is a lesson in don't fuck up, basically. Stop screwing shit up. Okay, so this subnetwork, if I ever wanted this as an object level subnetwork, there it is. It's got no parameters on it. This is geometry, no parameters. These are all here, but they have no curves. That's all that's wrong. All right, like if I... What is this even affecting? Okay, so I'm gonna go delete all these channels and just remake them, and then just be a little bit more careful doing life or doing Houdini. We're close though. Once this is on the window, I'm sending this to the Unreal Engine, and we get to actually see something. Goodbye. So this is the. I hope all the errors go away, all the warnings here. I'll rebuild the curve. Kind of have it memorized. Still have warnings. Let me save. Is this still? This still has a channel, right? That's what's happening. This arc here. Delete channel. Delete channel. Oh. Fucker, you know, oh god damn it. You know, I have to actually no, this is just one. I have to now go manually relink those. They're not even talking to the right curve anymore. So that did break. That did break. This is actually broken now. I have to go link those up. Okay, so where's this arc profile? Where are you hanging out? I mean, honestly, this is like kind of a that freeze. Are you frozen? No, okay. You do see him. Oh, it's already there. I'm trying to do this one. This is like a good test if I can remember how I built this. Like I should be able to, you know, relink it up if I know what I'm doing. Okay, so arc profile. This is what? You are driving something up here. You're driving this point VOP ramp here. Now you, okay, so these still have garbage on them too. Okay, we got to delete all. We're going to just completely reset all this stuff. Oh, that did it. You just do it up here. Okay. And then we'll paste the relative. Did that work? Did that happen already? Is this is not, this is the arc profile. So it's like all inside of itself right now. There we go. Okay. There we go. Let's just make it a full profile like this. What's this point here? What are you doing? What is this? Oh, I see. They're there, but they got zeroed out. Okay. So let's just put endpoints for both of these, and I'll come try to figure out what that was supposed to look like. I mean, I have to art direct those anyway. Okay, so I got to do that to all the point VOPs. That's what it is. Okay. Copy this parameter. This is the hood point VOP. This one, you just delete the channel and then relink it. Now it's linked. This is just garbage. This is remove point. I'll just delete both of these. That's our only point, point 1. We'll go to the top. And I will come clean up these curves after. Just stay there. Close enough. Okay, so that's that one. This point VOP, we're going to clear the channel, the sill, copy, and paste. This is NG. Kill both of these. Are they dying? Are they actually getting deleted? I can't tell. I could just use it. I'll just pull this up to 1. Hope everything else is connected. I feel like it like everything looks fine. It's just the volume preservation has been that we just flatted all our curves into planes. So copy this parameter, and that's just this last one here. And paste. And how many points are here? 4? Oh yeah. So I'll just push this one all the way out. Okay, so we have 2 points. This one's all the way. So they look crazy if you don't have profiles on them. That's the problem. So, wow, what the fuck? Okay, so put this one up here. I'm gonna drop. I'm having a little bit of lag because of the UV at the end. So we're gonna just chill these out for a second. It probably doesn't do anything, but I'm gonna also turn that one off. And so we want to do. I could ISO them. That's the move, actually. Let me do that. That's how I built them the first time. Is like we just do them one by one. right here. That's the place to do it. Okay, so this one I just put a point. No, like I don't remember. Fuck. It was like, was this all the way down? Oh, I should make this bigger. It's hard to grab that one. Where are you? Oh, and they're like constant now. Jesus. Linear. Okay, that was an easy switch. This is such a waste of time, but when you screw things up. Wow, who's this? Who's okay? You're linear. You're constant. I see. Okay, so it kind of, yeah, that makes sense. So I think it was like this. Was this all the way down? Probably. I think it was like that. And you're gonna max. And you're gonna be like pretty much like here. And you're like that. So now it's kind of like a box or like a little very simple extrusion. So that's this one. I need to not break these on the way out if possible. This sill, I wasn't very happy with this profile either. So that's this one. I don't remember. First of all, this one is constant. We'll make it linear. Linear. And I don't know what side this is. Let's make it bigger. This is the bottom. Okay, so I think I did something. So this one's at the bottom. We could do something like this. I mean, this has to get designed anyway. Is this still... This is linear here, right? I'll just do something simple like that. Just so we have any shape at all. That's fine. And we'll do this one next. Where are you? You're all the way up here. And open up. So this one is linear. That one's still linear. And which is the top? This is the bottom. I don't remember how this was gonna be. I'll probably just do I'll just do the same shape again, and we'll come tweak it later. So that's like the exact same shape. And then the arc is this one. Linear, linear. Which one's the top? This is the... This one's tricky because we're actually... It's this point. It's that one here. I don't remember what this shape was. Is this going to be something? This looks wrong. What are you controlling? What is this? How come that got flat? I can't see what this shape is. I gotta go to the curve. Where are you? That's the sweep, right? Right here. It doesn't make sense. It should be folding back. Oh, no. I hope these segments are right. Where's the numbers? Okay, segments are right. Thank God. Okay. They should be able to fold back. The other ones were fine. This one, something's off. I had to reverse some of these too. I forget which one. Had this all set up. Fucked the whole thing. Now I don't remember what this is actually doing either. So you're generating... I gotta look at it with the extrude. Where's the extrude? Oh, I see. Okay, I'm not pulling it back all the way. This is just this front profile. So this was probably something like all the way out and then down like that. I think it was a shape like that. But this pushes all the way out to here. Yes, that's it. That's fine. Good enough for now. That's it. Yeah. Okay, so these are like what I consider like the safe generic curves for each one of those pieces. Okay, so we're basically back. That should be fine. Back from the dead. slightly weirder, crappier version, but whatever. I'm gonna go tweak the curves in the final. That's the whole demo anyway. But oh, yeah, that's it. Those are kind of reasonable, but yeah. So time to save as, because I might break it again, but we'll revert back to 01 if we lose all our curve data again, etc. Okay, so I don't technically need this anymore. It is kind of like a helpful preview. I could just leave it merged and bypass it. I'll do that. It's kind of confusing with it out there. I hate when this happens. This thing pops up. Maybe that's for a reason. Now, where is it? That being said, I merged it, but where are you? But I don't see it. Wow. How come I don't see it in the merge? I don't think I actually merged it, did I? I moved the reroute there. I can't believe this is possible. Oh no, I think I don't. What? Where is this thing? No, it's merged. It's right. It's in there. But there it. Well, not whatever. Now it is. But then I'm gonna just disable it because I want that for later. I need it for debugging if things like start getting out of sync. I need to know what it thinks the window width is if it's wrong. Okay. Wow, that was a half an hour of something. Okay, so I'm gonna save again. Well, I guess we'll revert back if this breaks again. So I want to put this as a geometry. Wait, this is geometry. I'm so lost. Wait, objects. Yeah. We're in a geometry. So if I make this an HDA, then it's a SOP HDA, and that's what we want. I think this is my first time trying to put one of them inside of another one. I probably should just build them all as like all as one master one, and then you do merge object. So I'll know that next time I build like a big ass network of these. Should I just copy and paste this whole thing like at this level? Like if I copy and paste this, no, I don't have any high level controls of it. I just architected this kind of weird, kind of wonky. I was like, let's build this, but then I was like, I wasn't like that clear on like how I'm getting it back. I would build one kind of like gigantic hip file next time and not have to like reference out. I don't really want to make this an HDA. But I guess I have to. That's like my experiment right now. Okay, so we're at this level, on geometry thing level. Still don't really know what I'm talking about. We have an error because we have two outputs somewhere, right? This. There you are. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Doesn't like having multiple of those. So you're a subnet now, and now I'm gonna make it a CDA. I'll call it mats window dressing exterior 1. Long ass name, but that's what it is. Accept. And then we're going to go expose these to this HDA and then hopefully bring this HDA into the other one. If that doesn't work, I don't know what to do. But we're going to say window dressing exterior 1. Like I'm going to make another one. You can add all the controls to that folder as well. I don't know which one we're talking about anymore. How could these have like circles around them? What are all these outputs? What are all these outputs chilling out here? What is this? Did I do that? How come there's all these outputs in here? I can't even select them. What the fuck? What is this? These are like the outputs of these boxes. Are these boxes not comments? They're like actually doing something? Is that what's happening? Should I not have deleted that? How come it made outputs for all these? I thought these were just comments. What the... Should I not be deleting those? What? I don't want those. That got created when I subnetted it. I don't want that. I don't think. You're the output. Did I disable these? These are back. Okay. So I'm going to expose this, all of this crap back into here. And then hopefully get this HDA back into the other one. Do this all again. Please, God, be putting this on the right thing. I'm putting this on the HDA, right? Yeah, okay. This is what happens when you don't know what you're doing. And then it takes over the folder name for you after the first one. Like, I'm just going to leave it as folder 0. Is that what's happening? You like set the... I have no idea what's happening here, but... Arc. Hood. Sill. Trim. Okay. So... I already saved, so if this all if this F's up again, then, well, I'll revert and start over. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Next one, hood. Inset. Depth. Profile. Depth again. Segments. Profile. Sill. We have 2 dead parameters, but it's okay. Depth. Height. I don't feel like I have it. Depth. Segments. Hood. Trim. This just has 4. Okay. Are you in HDA now? Are you in HDA? I don't even fucking know. So I hit save. Wait, do you right click on this and save? Oh my, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what this is. Actions, select, flags. No idea. Save geometry. I used to do this. Was like assets, save asset. Save it. Okay. So now if I go back to my window 02. Yeah, save and open. Overwrite. I don't feel very comfortable with that. What? I'm going to just make a new one. I'm afraid of how this is doing this. Wow. Wow. Okay. Felt like something was funny and it crashed on just closing itself. Okay. I'm just going to make a new file and then bring in that HDA and see how that looks at geometry SOP level, and then then I'll bring it into the other one. That was a little rough. I don't have anything else open, right? Yeah, I don't even have Unreal open right now. So I would do like a geo, and then in here I should be able to get like my asset, right? This thing. Boom. Lovely. Cool. That's what we want. But in the other one. Good. Alright, cool. New. Discard. Let's open up the that one. Okay. So I gotta make this I think HDAs is how I'm gonna do it. This is all UVing. It looks like massive. It's just a big UV chain. So yeah, we want it here at this level. Uh-oh. What are all these? What are these? Why? Well, okay. Matte window dressing. What a ridiculous thing. Okay, so let's look at here. Oh, you built on the wrong axis. I guess we'll just transform it. That's not that bad, but let's look at the... I don't want it to UV everything either for me. I guess I could let it. I am going to merge lower level than this one. I'm going to merge here. So we'll merge this here, and then this goes there, and we'll merge the windows here. So these are going to need to get transformed. So let's template this merge currently. Yes, so we built on some odd axis. Now, did I do it the right way? I built it not down Z. You're supposed to build down Z. But you could always just translate it after. But like if you want to like propagate down splines and stuff, you're supposed to build down Z. But you should, I guess you could always just transform it. It was easier because the splines like to be built on XY. So we're gonna spin you on 90. It's pretty perfect. Now you're going to be currently, it might need another transform, I'm not sure. Because you're UV'd already. Oh, we need to feed this HDA the parameters. Oh, no. I need to feed this these. So let me take this out. Oh, and these are all dead now. Oh. Oh, yeah. Huh. Oh, no, they're not all dead. This one's dead. Well, okay. Guess I'm still designing. I'm still designing out like what the master looks like. This is my first time doing like composition of all these different assets, so it's been rough. It's been rough so far. So I need to feed this window width and height are supposed to be driven by this master one there. That's why I exposed them here. So wall width. No, not wall width. Window width. Here we go. Copy should go here. Oh, that looks fine. That looks good. Thank God. And then this one should go here. Which is why I left them in like their own group, because like these were designed to be overridden. These are supposed to be driven per instance. Like if I want to have like alternating windows but they're the same, you would do this and you would need individual controls. So now some of these don't do anything anymore, and I think it's basically just these last two used to control what was here, and this pediment here, that was another thing that I deleted. So these don't do anything anymore, and I should probably delete them now, but everything seems to be working, so I'm gonna not do that at the moment. I got a little error here. Let's UV these. Let's retemplate this stuff, or untemplate or whatever, unbypass it. It's happy about that. And how's the big old wall look? That merge has got a issue, but let's look at the transform. What's your problem? What don't you like? Curvature and island number. I don't know what those. I don't know what that morning means. I've been seeing that. I don't know what that means. Okay, cool. So they are, the pediment's gonna need to get pushed out half of the wall depth. That's pretty easy. So let me grab this wall depth here. Copy. The whole window dressing at this transform level moves on X negative half the wall depth. Times negative 0.5. Boom. Okay, so now I have this thing where the pediment is like adding to the top of the window. Is that the right face? I'm gonna pull the titanium offset is too big. So just do 0.05. That's 5 centimeters. We'll do 0.02. So that's the little meshy thing that goes there. So now we've got like way more ornate windows. So let's gonna make I don't really make 4x8s, so I'll make it a 4, which should kind of look crazy for sure. We'll go back to 2 windows, and those are gigantic. So we'll do 2 by 1. It's kind of hard to see because they're is that right? Now I'm like second guessing my column math, but I think it's just because the trims are so close together here and there's just no trim on that side. Like I don't like how this looks with the trims on it. Like I'd want like more space, but I need to just push this to Unreal Engine and just start to use it. That's what's important. So what are we gonna, what's the next step here? those don't have materials on them. And how do you deal with multi-materials? Like if there's materials in the HDA itself, what do you do with that to like overwrite them? I guess we're geometry level, so you do it by groups. I still just make a material network and just assign it by groups, and this is a group here. I could just group those separately. Right, so we, like, it's kind of separated out nicely because, like, that's an HDA. This is the inner window part, like the window frame with the mullions. Like, this is its own HDA. It will be. And so we're merging those together. They're still UV'd separately. So they're technically okay, now I gotta figure out how to compose this. So like in Unreal Engine, I'm gonna bring this in as one mega object. So to separate them material wise, I need to group them by material. Yeah, material. So this one's a material, the wall. The dressing will all be one material for now. And then the window pieces. So we have 3. So we need 3 groups to make it through the final merge and a material network, which we don't have, I guess, yet. Yeah, I don't see a material network down here. Now, whose controls am I working on? I was calling the controls directly. Do I have a subnet that's controlling this? I guess it doesn't matter. This is like the Papa subnet, and it has nothing exposed to it. Which is fine. I can still export this as an FBX. 1 piece of geometry, 1 wall. Is this set up? It is not. Okay. So that's where the geometry will go. And this is all just one mesh, which is fine by design. That's fine. And so I'm just running the variables, the parameters locally. So I need 3 groups, 3 materials. Then I can export this back to Unreal Engine, I think. So material network. I'll call this the wall window matnet. And that's this one, and I'm going to use 1, 2, 3. I think these get ordered by their alphabeticalness. So if I say mat 0, 0, that forces the order. Mat 0, 0, wall. Mat 0, 1. I guess I'll call it like the window dressing. And then we'll do the third one is the inner. So it's like the biggest to the smallest objects. Mat 0, 2, window frame, essentially. So I do need to put colors on. Oh no, I don't like looking at it. I don't like this view. So I need to make sure that I apply them correctly. So we got to kind of. This is what it looks like in most programs when you like vertex color things, just like these flat colors. At least how I do it, I guess. Looks ugly, but it's got to go down. Okay, so we got RGB, right? RGB, cool. So we got our materials in our subnet with our own little mat net. And then we have to apply them. I like applying them last. It's like the last thing I do. Material. So to do this, I need groups. And I don't know what groups I have. So let's see what we got going on here. Oh, there's lots of groups. Oh, ouch. Okay, so... Oh my god, I grouped all these to UV them. Do I have like a master group? Can I don't... Let's just go see what we have. I don't know what groups are in here. Yoinks. What do we got here? Let's just pick the first one. Wall. That's everything. Oh, we gotta do normals too. We're gonna definitely have some like normal issues on these things, I'm pretty sure. Looks okay. And so what groups are in here? Holy fuck, okay. And I don't have a group for the... Is this really a group? This is a group? So that group came from the other one. Okay. So can I? Okay. So we merge. What do we merge? Where's the merge? This is the merge between the copy to points, and this one right here is the wall. So I'm gonna drop a group right here. This is the first one. But don't double up. So we're gonna call this one, I'm gonna call it mat group wall, so I can find it. That's the mat group for the wall. So if I change this one to mat group wall, it's just the wall. Ooh, and I'm looking at some issues here. I guess that's okay. When I redo this window frame, which might be, it's 10, could be today. I'm gonna make a proper window frame. You're not gonna see the exposed inner building, because then I'd have to have 2 materials on the wall. I don't want that yet. There's 3 then. There's 4. I'm trying to keep this simpler than the last time I did this system in Unreal Engine, and the modeling is ballooned into being kind of massive, but okay, I'll do that. That's fine. And so then we're gonna make a group before these merges here. Where is that? Here's the big merge. So I can group them right here. I mean, that one's fairly easy. I like this node-based grouping. This is like so much nicer to look at than like trying to group them in like a massive outliner in Maya or any program. So this is mat group window frame and group. Just my nodes are getting a little crazy out here, but mat group window dressing. So those are purely for material selection or assignment. So another material, mat group window. What was the order I want? Does it matter? It doesn't matter, actually. As long as I pick the right one. I'm pretty sure I did dressing first because it's bigger. Dressing. And then mat group frame. Yeah, frame. For the frame. Okay, done. So that wasn't too bad. I don't like the spacing. This is not going to tile correctly. Like, this is going to look like there's 2 windows with a big space and 2 windows with a big space versus them all being even. So I tiled this wrong. How did I tile this wrong? How is this possible? I thought we hit it. We didn't, though. It's because these don't overlap. Like, the other window can't overlap into this one. So I wrote the tiling for this wrong. Luckily, that's just one. It's not like a very heavy geometry thing. It's a line with a carve, so it was wrong. I'll fix that later, I guess. So when I export this, we have materials on it. I don't really have a collision. I'll just use the auto collision in this case. We'll be fine. 3 materials. So this is just at the end of the day, this is one mesh, 3 materials on it. We have room to define its custom collision. I'm going to delete it to not confuse it, just in case. And then we're high level up here on a subnetwork that has nothing exposed to it, but that's okay. So you're centered, you're bottom aligned. So this could go to the Unreal Engine, I think, at this point. We'll find out. So here we go. And I have to tell you to go somewhere. Is that what's happening? I never understand. I don't understand this still. I know this is like my working director or something, but I don't. I'm going there old school. Houdini. Wall windows. Yeah, right into this situation. So I'm going to call this wall 400 by 400 by 20. I don't know its type. I'm going to just like jump to, I have no idea what type. I usually keep these like in a list somewhere. This is my first Houdini one, so I don't know the type. Maybe I won't say type. And this is where things are a mess. It's an H type now. This is the Houdini type 101. FBX. Except I need to change the network to be this wall window sub thingy. This box. FBX. Yep. And export. Okay. Let's see how this went. I still really prefer doing it that way. And this will scale. I will make this scale. I'm gonna, once I get this like smooth and it's in the engine, then I'm gonna start, I can make a bunch of variations, and that's the whole point. So that was like 2 days. Oh my god. Well, you're in procedural environment, so you'll be fine. I forget what we're talking about. But yeah. I just lost time because I forgot, like, I'm still new to it, like, that there's HDAs at, like, the object level and HDAs at the geometry SOP level, like surface operator. And I don't believe they're interchangeable, like they're different concepts. And I need to like think about like, I think for most video games, like the highest level HDA generates an entire map. And then you jump down, there's a terrain, a whole bunch of height map stuff going on. There's a road system HDA that like lives on top of that. And then there's the building, then there's like the town generator that could be done from like a floor plan that generates buildings. But then there's the building generator itself. And then in that is like the different type of wall generators, and inside of that is the window generator. And I've made the window generator. But I'm not ever going to make a map. I'm not making a terrain editor in that way. I'm really just making static meshes. So like my highest level HDA really is just that window wall that I made. I'll make a window door one. They don't really ever combine together in Unreal Engine. And then I don't ever combine the walls together into Houdini. I could for fun to make like a little, I think their lab's building generator does it for you basically. I haven't tried it yet. It would be like a cool clip for like Twitter or something, but it wouldn't. I wouldn't be using it. So I need to kind of design my HDA networks to be all terminating into basically different wall generators, because that's the unit I give to the Cinetracer users. So I need to basically have an HDA that generates walls with X number of doors or windows, UV'd perfectly, and it just gives you the wall, the cutouts, and the UVs. Then I need a generator that it's like can generate window dressing, like I did exterior. There's interior versions, and then the one that does then a window generator that does the window frame, because there's like a million different ways of doing window frames. Then the same thing, door exterior generator with like a stoop generator, just like a stair variation. Same exterior pediment design. And then like the top trims, the middle trims, and like just some like kind of like generic like kind of gate fence generator things. And that's all I would really need to generate a lot of different exterior buildings. And as I get better at like architecture and render and like modeling, I can just come back and add like, oh, this one gets like extra bevels and like looks a little bit nicer and incorporates like some extra designs, and I should then just be able to like export them all pretty easily. Again, just update the FBXs and streamline it. So it's like this kind of like long-term thing that over the next like 6 months I can kind of like procedurally update things like as I get better at it, versus having to remodel it completely or re-UV it. So I have a block folder, static meshes, and the HDA plugin just like freaks me out a little bit too much. Like I'm really hesitant to do things that are automated. Like it starts adding things to the project and I'm not like 100% aware of it. I don't like that anymore. I like to know exactly how this stuff's coming in. So I just do FBXs for now. So it's this one, H-type. So I'm going to expect, oh yeah, we need a collision. Combine all the meshes. We're only feeding it one mesh. We're not feeding it a UBX. it's not gonna like the normals, and we might have some like weird tangent shit where it's like, oh no, we're okay, we got, it's just the smoothing. Okay, so we have a little bit of normals are flipped on the wall. It's pretty easy to fix. Everything else, okay, the normals on the window frame are flipped. Surprised I didn't see that, but I'll go fix that. And we have 3 materials, and the rest of the geometry looks lovely, so pretty close. Pretty close. I'm surprised I didn't see this. So let's hop into here. Here. The edges were fine. It was like the back faces. What is this generated from? This is generated from a box. I need to jump here. They look fine. Did they get flipped somehow? How did that happen? How about here? Are they flipped? Would I know at this point if this was flipped? The normals on this? Why is everything selected? I want to not, because it's a group. That's why. Okay. That normal's not flipped. I mean, I'm looking at it right there. I mean, that's it, right? Isn't it? Unless this is the one shooting from there. It's always hard to tell. I don't know. I don't know. It seems fine. What happened? Can I just do like normals at the end of it? That's what I want to do. Just like redo your normals. They look fine though. I don't know how. I think, is it shading? If I change to like shaded, it'll tell me. I'm just gonna go to the end before I add materials to it. Would it not tell me here that this is flipped? I mean, they definitely are, so there's not really much to talk about, but I want to see it so I know where to jump in. Let me jump in before all this UVing stuff happens. It's Boolean. It's right there. Now, how could that have been flipped? Okay, so I do see it wants to put it's showing me the normal there and there. That's fine. So let's do it before this quick shade. Where's the last quick shade? Right here. How about this? Still fine. Okay. I kind of want to drop that quick shade out of here. So how about here, but we template the quick shade so I can see what's going on here. Where'd that go? This thing. I mean, I don't really need that anyway. Still fine. Could the merge have broken it? What? No, because like it would be purple. It's blue if it's flipped. Was it here? What? And then the material. It's not flipped. Not that I can tell. And then the window frame is flipped. That one could definitely, because like that's model. I don't know how I lofted it. That could definitely be. That's this thing. The Boolean. Oh, I templated it. But it's not though. That's fine. The normals are fine there. And then what does it become? Is it the merge? Still fine. There's no UVs yet. Did I turn off the UV? This is the auto UV. Then I group it and I merge it and it looks still fine. Because otherwise it's blue. What? Oh, I see that. Wait, what? Now I'm super lost. I don't understand this. Those look, they are not flipped from what I see. But the window part, it's like the Boolean. I guess I'll just do like I don't know if I can just write normals at the end. See if that does something. Luckily the trickier thing at these window decorations, they're fine. But the wall, which is literally a cube, is not present. Let's see what kind of collision it gave me. That's fine. I don't see it as flipped. I don't get it. And then this, it says this frame is flipped too, but it's not. It would be blue. It would look like that if it was flipped. So let's go all the way to the bottom. Merge. Is it this? I'm gonna just put like a normal at the end. I don't know if that does anything. What does this normally do? Like, cause this is all pretty normal, like convex looking geometry. We're not doing any like, we're not doing any arcs or anything like that. I am gonna try this one again with this normals at the end. So file, export this, same file, overwrite it, exported. Back into Unreal Engine, close this thing, save it. And re-import from the same file, same issue. What? I mean, of all the problems, that's fine for me, but it's like those two booleans I did, the faces. So the edges are fine, right? Like the edges, are the inside faces still there? I can't see them. If they are, I think they are. The inside faces are fine. It's just those front faces, and the same thing. It's the same problem. It's the same boolean I did to make the wall and to make that window frame. But they don't look flipped. And I also put a normal flipper back at the bottom, if that does anything. So, I am fairly positive it's these two right here. This one and this one. Nope. This one. This. These two groups need to be reversed according to the Unreal Engine, but I don't see it. If I flip them, they're going to look crazy. So you can reverse by group, right? I'm going to hop here. Once those exist, put this in there. Now they're all flipped crazy. I can grab group X neg and group X positive. That's those two. They look flipped the wrong way to me, so I don't know what to say about this, but let's see if this fixes it. I don't understand anything if it... Wait a minute, I'm just not viewing the final, but it's actually still there. Okay. Yeah, so that looks... Okay, so if this works, it's saying it's flipped in Houdini, but it would be not flipped in Unreal. Maybe it's something with this warning here. I don't know. Is there anything with this? I'm gonna delete the mesh if this doesn't work. Like, delete it out of here. Nope. Okay. Something else is wrong. Something else. It's not, because the normals look fine in Houdini. Something else is going on. Import normals built in. Compute normals. I haven't had to change this for the other thing, for anything else from Houdini. Like these stairs, these wall pieces are generated from Houdini. What is this? I flipped them, and it's not different, and they were right. Something else is wrong. I'm gonna delete it completely. I'm gonna get rid of that flip in there, because those are fine. They're wrong now. That's flipped. Like that's showing flipped. So I'm just gonna come in and that's normal. My normals are fine. I don't understand. What else could be happening? What is something with the materials? What if I don't do materials and we just send this out? I don't know why that would change anything. What if we just disable materials? That's cool to just be able to disable it as well. I don't have to like delete them. What's the problem? Object wall window, create root for subnet. I don't know what that means. I saw someone turn that off in their video, but I don't even know what it means. Still flipped. I mean, it's like the simplest object. It's just a cube. I don't understand. the like super complicated window, like all these sweeps and like lots of places where normals can get flipped really easily works great, but this wall that is literally a box doesn't work. The normals are wrong. Now I did UV them. Can you flip UV like if you? I don't think so. Like so like I UV'd each face individually. That's like what this chain is here. And if you like flip the UV, it just flips the texture. It's the face normal that dictates like if it's, you know, single sided. Like if it renders it or not with backface culling on. So what the fuck is this? It's a box. It's a damn box. Is there something wrong with my export? Like I don't have any like weird exports or nulls in here, right? Like this is perfect from here. I don't get it. I'm about to FBX sop this thing. Let me try that. Actually, let me try that. I don't like that because then I don't get my collisions if I need them. If I do it this way, I'm just gonna call it out test. Yeah, out test 1. I don't feel like naming it. I just want to see if it works. Out test 1. That's all fine. So save to disk. Let's check out this one. If I do it from there, I hope it's the same issue. Import, yeah, okay. What? There it is. Out to, I see it's wrong order. Okay, so it's the same issue. It's not having to do with that. What the hell is this? I'm just missing something with that boolean. Being funny. Could try to triangulate the box. It's an n-gon. Because it's the same issue with that one too. So like it's like just not generating the face at all, you think? Like it's kind of weird. So let's jump up to like here. This is where it becomes an n-gon, is that it's like, yeah, you're right. Like this face is a little crazy. What would that's like kind of like remesh it or something? Like that's a little aggressive, isn't it? Or you said triangulate. If I do this, this might break the face selection. Okay, like that's insane. We don't want to do that. Okay, yeah, so just triangulate. I haven't used that before. Triangulate 2D? Is that what it is? That's what it is, right? Nah, I kind of got rid of my booleans though. Kind of weird. Fit plane. Because UE has to triangulate so you could avoid doing it in UE4. That didn't work so well. You think that's what it like? It seems reasonable that this boolean, it can't handle the boolean. Now, is there something I can do in the boolean to like just generate more geometry or something like that? Assume seam. Oh, detriangulate. I'll push that if that would fix it. No polygons. Only unchanged polygons. I mean, so this triangulated it. I wonder if my UV method worked still, given this. I turned off the quick shade. I don't know if it likes this anymore, how my UVs worked. Oh no, it did. Oh, this happened yesterday. What is this? This happened yesterday where like I was transforming it and I was losing the UVs. I think it's a bug. I think they're actually still there. Okay, so that's triangulated now. Kind of crazy triangulated. Let's try again. Whatever. That's what I would expect from like a... Makes me want to model it by hand with slices. Because that... I can procedurally model that much cleaner than that. Export film box. Wall window. Yeah, okay, so it's all right. It's all named correctly. That's odd. I guess I haven't done booleans before. I don't remember. I don't remember if I've done this boolean thing to Unreal Engine. Oh, that does it. You're right. You're right. It didn't like that like crazy N-gon. Because now it's fine. Thank God we UV'd it that way too. Because it was, if we were doing like face selection, of course that would have broken it. Maybe clean or delete some groups before the Boolean, then add them again. Before the Boolean. I don't think there were any groups before the Boolean. That, did that fix everything? I think still the window's invisible, yeah. So, okay, you're right. It's the way that the Boolean comes out without, it's just a mode swap on the Boolean. But I really, really hate that type of geometry. I would rather write my own then, where I just basically do slice, 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 blast faces, and then, I mean, that's a lot of work to do that. Other than, you know, currently it's one node, so it's pretty easy, but this Boolean's given out geometry it's not super happy with, so we got to do only unchanged like that, and it kind of, I don't like that. I should do some like smaller case studies and see if I can clean that up on my own, or just like figure out a cleaner topology way, because that's I don't want to. First of all, it's a lot of extra faces that we don't need, and it looks terrible too. But it working is kind of what is important at the moment. Okay, so it works now. It's just yeah, kind of weird. The quadrimesher. I'm interested, yeah. I'm interested, like, what that would look like. So here, let me see. We'll go to, where's the Boolean, this one? So if I put this back to all polygons, and then we quadrimesh here, is it the lab, this thing? I haven't used this yet. Downloading quadrimesher. So is this like it's a third party exosite quadrimesher, and we're just using it, kind of like how they have the reality capture plugin, but you need to have reality capture. Is this not showing me the progress? Because like this is gigantic. That I have a fast internet connection. Oh, there it goes. 1 second. I don't know what this exercise license is. What is this? You need to have a license for this, right? I don't want this. I'm not signing up for any new licenses that I don't. I disagree. Cancel. Don't do this. Clear. Goodbye. Never mind. Do not crash everything, please. Go away. Go away. Stop. Fuck this. Stop. Jesus, go away. Okay, yeah. Let's not. I'll look at that like on its own, but not like in the middle of this production. Only unchanged. That's fine. I'll take the shit geometry or the shit topology for now. And extra polygons. Okay, so I think it's good in here. Let me go throw this into a blueprint, and we'll actually use it. This is an industrial, and we'll call it just wall warehouse for now. I guess the naming for these is a little bit crazy. Not good. But it's one of these. And we'll just switch this mesh out. Oh, that was a bad one to choose to start the template from. Okay, so you are set up all funny. Let's look at this Unreal Engine style. So it's going to be this way, spun 90, and then perfect. Oh, we don't have snapping on. 0, 200, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Zero that out clean. Is anything flipped in there? This we're dealing. That looks okay. That's a Megascan. It's brick. I guess I'll use I'll use some like third-party textures for this. I don't have like a texture set built for this at all. Looks okay. I don't like the spacing, but it looks like how it should. It's a third-party tool from the Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, ZRemesher from ZBrush. That's cool. Yeah, I don't care that much. Um, I don't want another license just to have to think about and pay for. I'm sure for people who are doing like organic modeling, like in ZBrush, it's worth its weight in gold to have it like remesh perfectly. But I'm making cubes, so for now I'm okay. So all my materials kind of suck. Um, I just need to spend like a couple more days in there, but that's not the wall. So this did not come in the order that I thought it was going to. That is so weird. I do not have control over my element IDs in Houdini like I thought I would. I thought it was alphabetical and it's... Oh, did I do this? Oh, so mat 0 is at the bottom. So you start... If I do mat 1, it puts... So 000 isn't the first one. I'm just gonna leave it, but okay, so I'm almost getting it. But you don't start with 0. If I start with mat 01 and go down, I control the order. But mat 00, it doesn't like that. That's funny. Fine. So I don't have like it's probably time to go make like a generic concrete. I guess I have this floor concrete would be like almost okay for that. It's like literally just gray. And I've got some really bad bricks. And then the window itself is just like shiny metal and should be trim sheeted. So I'm going to just use the I-beam trim sheet for it. And you'll never know. It's for these. I mean, even if yeah, and we have to like model the window so you don't see the inside of it like that, but I could still look at it in Unreal Engine. So we're going to reconnect these, and I got to rematerial. I got to pull the same materials in the same order for now, because I'm going to strip this out. So concrete floor, I-beam material, crappy bricks I made in Substance Designer in 5 minutes, crappy bricks I made in Substance Designer in 5 minutes. And yeah, so let's go. I'm gonna actually use that. So let's go to my database of things. This one. Yeah, so then I'm gonna grab the class. Where'd you go? Industrial 7, I think it was, that one. So make a new one. I made all of these in the last like month. I'm gonna start to make like tons of them now that they're like Houdini's variations. That's the hope. We're gonna call this one... It's like a facade. I'll call it facade 1. Facade 1. Because that's kind of what I want to practice making for a little while. Wall. I'll put this in the warehouse. Okay, we can actually test something. Excellent. How long has this been going? 2 hours, 17. It's not bad. So that was the demo I made yesterday. I need to make a new one. I need to come delete these. 00. This will be for 52. Facade 1. I'll just keep loading into this map over and over again. So here you are. I'll grab the subway floor. Actually, let me grab the sidewalk, because these are actually like exterior pieces. So we'll do a bit of this. Yeah, you place them from the... Oh, they're backwards. I gotta flip it. Well, if it's a facade, it's not so bad. So we'll do... What happened to the road I wanted? Okay, I want this one, then road like that. Okay, that's the loadout. And then 2. So make a little... Because the next step is to kind of generate the ground floor. Like, this is like a mid floor, right? This would go like up here, really. Like, you could just start like doing this. And the way I'm doing the material system, you'll be able to like kind of like vary this up, like how dirty they are and stuff like that. But right, so it's gonna look a little bit dumb at the moment because like you wouldn't put these windows on the ground floor. But oops, are there 2 in here? Yeah, there you go. So that's what it looks like in game. I don't like that they look like paired windows instead of it just being like evenly placed. So I screwed something up with that. You could also put like a column in between them. That would make this reasonable. The normals are a little bit sharp on the curves for everything, like the trim curves, because I kind of like I messed those up kind of badly. when I tried to make the HDA the first time. I did it wrong and lost all my curves. I don't like that you see the inside of the building, so this window frame thing here will have an actual window frame in it, and then those are the sashes in them, and then so we'll build that with one more piece of geometry in it. It's just another boolean that has to have the geometry set to no polygons or whatever the setting was. But overall, it's the idea of a townhouse. Like this one becomes a door, and then you put a trim at the top. That's it, like some sort of ornate trim. I'll just use road for now to kind of sealing it off. Actually, road works pretty well for roofs. Like when you back away from it, it's like whatever. Or concrete, just like a concrete floor. But yeah, so then you just drop a trim level that goes up at the top and has a bunch of those like brackets and stuff in it. And then this becomes this, but it's a door. Can have the exact same. I think if I basically take this window dressing and make it so that you can turn that one off, this is the door dressing too. Should work completely fine. I think the door dressings are bigger generally from what I've seen, like they go deeper, etc. But I think that can be driven parametrically still. Looks really powerful. The quadra mesh is great, I'm sure. I just don't need it, and I don't want to have to license it. I mean, I guess if it would fix the Boolean geometry for me to be perfectly like how I'd want it, then I'd consider it. I don't know. I still have to buy another Houdini engine license for my Mac. I just say it. I don't care about the money. It's just like annoying. Someone have to manage licenses. I hate that shit. I think I'm gonna. I don't know if I can with the license I have for Substance, because I have like a whatever, like a pro expensive as fuck Substance designer license. But you can get it through Steam, and like I would do it through Steam just so it's like automated. I don't have to like think about it. My like least favorite things is like signing back on to like whatever website and like updating my credit card info and making sure that's. I guess if your credit card gets my Bank of America cards like change constantly. That's pretty good. Obviously this is like one piece repeated, but it still kind of gets the. I think the scale feels pretty good. Once we have a corner detail piece, we have a door piece. I'll figure out if I'm gonna make like a half, like a basement level one. For now, I don't really address foundations because I think it would overwhelm people. Because you have to plan it. You have to plan like how high your foundation is. So it's like much easier just to like Fortnite it and just build it right on the ground like this. You know, it's not realistic, but the problem is if you do that, there's no opportunity for stoops or is that what they call? I think stoops. Yeah, there's no opportunity to have like stairs going up to the front door, stairs or a porch, or in this case, brownstones have split level basements. So we can't get that, but it's a simplification to make it simpler for the users at the moment. So we could generate the trim piece. Those are kind of that would make this look like a building. I think the door is probably the next most important part, and I'm gonna generate a variation of it. To make me feel like doing this parametrically was worth it. So I don't have this exposed at the high level, so I'm just going to do it here. So what I can do is just do one window that's kind of big. Right, one window. And we'll make it a little bit wider, but the same height. So we'll do like 1.5, maybe 2. Yeah, we'll do a big window like this. I can kind of try to keep the mullions the same. Maybe I'll go less. It's kind of weird looking. Right, and then instead of like a triangle pediment, we'll do a curve one, which hopefully is exposed here. It is. Okay, good. We can do this. Kind of curve this thing out. I'll max it for now. 16 it. Go a little bit higher. Okay. We're above the wall. It's not good. I have an offset, don't I? Don't I have a window offset? I kind of want to keep it the same. That looks really ugly for some reason. Whatever. Like that's a variation already. The curves could be done. The curves could be done like much better for the profiles of these things. But it's gonna have the same style but be slightly different in a single window. So I'll go generate this one. File export. Type 2. I made a whole new one. Didn't have to do too much. Just gotta import it now. I'm gonna make the blueprint for it already. Gonna duplicate to 08. Gotta go get the mesh for it. And if that was perfectly set up, like it's not exactly how I want it, so like I'm not ready to start like pumping out variations, but if it was, this is where you start to get the value from this. Is just like, come back in, I didn't like it, I changed a couple of variables. I don't want to do the HDA workflow in engine, but so we made like a whole new version. It's UV'd exactly the same. I mean, if I had collisions, I don't have them because it's a wall. You know, all that stuff would be good to go. All I have to do is add it to the data table so we can get to it. I'm convinced, and I'm the one fucking doing it, so I'm convinced that this is worth it for this exact reason here. Call it facade 2. And stick that there, and I'm going to say warehouse. Is it possible to put a decal tool? It's possible. Decals are a little funny though. I think I'm gonna implement like you like UV you have like an extra UV channel, and that kind of like decides how they get placed. So it's not like I don't want to give like a full like freestyle decal tool because it's too easy to make it look bad. I think I'm gonna make it more like, because I actually have the dirt gun. Like I go turn it back on, it'll start pulling out a dirt map that I layered into everything. But just giving people straight decals in game isn't something I'm planning on doing. So we could do something like where like the first floor is like this. I gotta think about it like design wise, but really it becomes up to the user at that point. But like, right, then you do like that. Right, starts to break it up a little bit. Is it like the finest French fenestration design of a brownstone ever? No, but you know, that's my version of giving like proceduralism to, you know, to this user base. Like I think it would be even too much to give window width at the moment as a parameter, because then you have to like, and you have like a billion drop downs. That's how Cine Designer works. That's like how my last setup worked. And while it like seems cool to do that, from what I saw, no one built that way because it just takes too much time. Versus is like I still believe it's better to give a finite amount of options, and then people just know what those are and they make it work. Versus giving them like this window alone. If I proceduralize this in the game, it's like, here's a window, spend 10 minutes figuring out what you want to do with it, and then you don't want to spend that much time. It's just like, I kind of want something that looks like this, close enough, you know, and move on. Versus building out SketchUp in Engine, which we could definitely do. I could build like fully parametric stuff. It just take forever, and then I don't think in the end it's worth it. Like it's more satisfying and faster to be like, close enough, and that happened really quickly. So if these are facades, what I should do is put a plane in each window, and it's just reflective. You don't see inside these. These are meant to be like empty buildings. You don't. We could. They're set up to have the interiors work. Currently with the snapping system, I'm going to prove that to myself actually right now. We only have subway stairs. I haven't built like. I will like completely ornated out. Like I'll use the warehouse floor. You know, these easily could be interior ones, but if they're exterior, we can delete out the inside. Like if they're facade only, we can delete out some geometry, save a little bit there. But I think most people that play the game. And it was something I dislike about... Oh, I lost my walls. I guess I'll put the staircase in. Most of the building sets that I find is that like they are interior only or exterior only for performance reasons, but that's like super... It's not fun. I don't think that's what people would want from this. And it's what Fortnite has that not every system has, is that like when you build in Fortnite, you're exterior and interior at the same time. So yeah, I mean, it's all built with the same snapping principles, so you could build the inside of the brownstone just as easily. I would just have to rematerial it. Or expose that back to the users, let them change the materials again, which we could do. But it easily becomes an interior set as well. We just have to have the right assets for it. I just called it a facade, so for me, I didn't have to design the inside just yet. But yeah, looks like a generic video game hotel or something right now. $16 for 3 months, that's how much it costs? Oh, okay. That is pretty cheap. It's more annoying. I wish they could like fold it. You know what's really great is Apple. Like, I don't know, I use a lot of Apple stuff. And any service that I can pay for through the App Store, I will just pay for that shit and pay for it forever. And I forget that it's there and I'll just keep paying it. Because it's easy. That's what I want. I forget what I get. Oh yeah, I get like Disney Plus through Apple. I get Visco, like all these like sub-services that used to be like their own accounts and I'd have to manage them and then ultimately get annoyed at them and just turn them off. If you just let me pay for it through Apple, I'll pay for it. I don't have to think about it. I want them to let me pay for this through Houdini. But Houdini doesn't have like that much of like a recurring thing. You just do a maintenance. They're not like, you know, Adobe. Adobe and Substance have it down. Charge you every month or whatever. You buy yearly. I almost paid for Megascans yearly. That's really, really expensive. It used to be. But then I decided not to because I was going to make my own stuff. But I was really close to paying for like a full professional license of Megascans. It's like $10,000 or something like that. It's like a ton of money. And then they announced the merger with Epic. I was like, you fuckers, are you serious? You like almost, you were going to charge me like, you were going to charge me like $10,000 or whatever and then make it free. That's software right now. Wait, where's mine? I would have had words. I was like, I'm coming to the office, guys. We need to talk. Not cool. I'm coming to Sweden. Where's this thing? Let's finish out this cheesy ass hotel we made. There it is. Yeah, so if I, you know, just spend more time with my little parametric window maker, guarantee I can make like these look nice. A lot of it is sensitivity to proportion, in my opinion. I think the way that I am the way that I wrote the spacing doesn't look very good here, but it's like very, very easy to just art direct a change, push the FBX. It's already in the blueprint and it's not a big deal. Like if all of a sudden I'm like, you know what, let's make a little, you know, footer, flower box, whatever. I just add it to the HDA, push the update. There it is. Don't have to do anything. No UVing, nothing. And it doesn't look all that bad. This is like the trim currently has like just like a generic tiling, what's it called? Concrete texture. Looks fine. I mean, like whatever, you know, like at this point you've LOD'd away anyway. Like it's only like right here. If I like substance paint or all the edges and cracks and stuff like that, it's like, oh, that's nice. But then what really happens at the end of the day is that we put someone here. Then I take out a camera. The UI's a little buggy still. Gotta fix that. You zoom in. Man, I gotta work on these cameras. And that's what the building looks like in almost every shot. Unless someone's doing like wide shots of buildings. It's like it's just blur. Right? So it's like there's this like, you know, you get, it's all proportion and silhouette. It doesn't even matter in color and value. Sometimes metallic, but without ray tracing on, metallic is kind of like, and I'm not baking, you know, reflection captures. It's like, it's scale and value. That's all you are, right? So it's like you're the scale of like what I would expect a brownstone to be. The colors are, well, the colors are left kind of flat because you can, you can paint them, which I need to kind of sort out how that's going to work for this, for all situations, like how I interpret, like how I'm going to simplify coloring, because right now it's just like, oh, color the whole thing. It looks kind of weird. But that's the plan, is everything comes in kind of gray, and you'll shoot color at it. And same with dirt. Like, we can, if I turn the dirt gun back on, it'll start putting dirt on this as I shoot it. But currently it doesn't do like any like rotation or like funny cool like any cool stuff. So it's like you just see the same dirt pattern over the whole thing. I'm gonna have to have it like internally kind of like randomizing some stuff for you, or like switch the dirt map depending on some sort of like class I make for it. Some big switcher. But yeah. So I got a couple fixes. I could still make this like a pretty compelling demo already. That's like what I do. I'm like demo based. Like if I could, even, I need the door. I need the door, and I need to fix the, you see the inside here, but then again, from here, you don't know, like at all. There's something weird with the, I was noticing this yesterday, my depth of field has certain points. Something like happened. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't, something feels different, but I didn't like upgrade on engines. There's like this weird, there's like a quality, you know what it is? I think my post-process quality in engine right now is kind of low. I think that's what's happening. I think I turned the post-process quality down. There's something happened to the depth of field. I'm used to playing it like super high, and I think I'm on a lower post-process, so it makes the depth of field like kind of like the bad way, like it used to be, or like how Unity's is. But I mean, it mostly looks really good, like the circle bokeh. But there's like, I was doing that demo yesterday, and like I kept finding places I was like, what? I think it might be a setting. Because most of the time, if I do this really, well, actually, it's not expensive anymore. It used to be expensive to do like the photographic bokeh. This one's really fast now. But it always looked good. I almost never found holes in it. Transparent materials, you have to flag to render them last or something like that. But like that. What is that? What is this? Did I break my camera or something? Like, what am I looking at right now? Why does it look like this? What is this? There's this distance where it's not convoluting, like it's not circle of confusioning, right? It's like this, like right here. That looks really bad. And then it's fine here. And it's fine there. But right here, that looks like video game bokeh. But it's fine here. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe I just never noticed it. Maybe it's the masking. It's not masking here. There's no transparency. I don't know. It looks really... There's a place where the bokeh looks bad. And I had to avoid that all yesterday during the demo. I don't know what that is. Also, my camera selection is bugged. But that's on me. I guess I could make these interior... For now, I'm going to just do this. So, like, the inside's brick, which is what... It would not probably have exposed brick in a brownstone like that. You could, in, like, the hallways. But you would, you know... You would nice out the inside. So I'm going to make another variation, and then I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do. But I'm pretty happy with this little wall generator here for me. All the controls are like deep state. They're like in the thing, but like it doesn't matter because I'm just pushing single FBXs. I'm not exposing this back to Unreal Engine. So let's do 3 windows. Oh, not to like that. 0.5 them. Unfortunately, I wrote them so that they don't look like they're... I wrote even margins. That's not the math. I'm gonna have to figure this out because like I want these to look like they're like when you stack them together, like they're just continuous. Because this gives away the gag so much faster that there's like obviously like a pairing happening there. But we'll change the window dressing, which is its own HDA now. Well, that took like, what, a day and a half to write that? No, it was like a full day, basically. It was like 2 half days to write this thing. And bring the segments back to like triangle segment. I like triangle ones. I don't know. Make them shallower because there's a breaking point for sure. Like this. I don't know. That's cool enough for me. I'm done. And we'll just export this one as a 3rd one. I've got 3 real quick. They're just not the best designs. I need to fix the windows a little bit. Third one made. Super fast. Duplicate. 9. Whereas before, I would never, like, it's like, to commit the time to make the variations, it just takes forever. It takes so long. And it's like, kind of like, not the best results after a while, because I'd get lazier every time. Get lazier and lazier as I'm making them, and then they like start to look worse. Now they're all the same. Like, the amount of production value I put into it's the same for all of them. So if I like front load it and like put a ton of work into the HDA, then they all get it. They all get the same quality at the end. So this one, we'll just switch it out. Materials are all the same, and boom, that's awesome. That's great. I need 3 different variations. I need better materials. And a door, and trims, and columns. But I'll have this whole thing. Then I could start changing the heights. Yeah, I don't have to do anything. I was like, oh, we need the ground floor to be 500 tall instead of 400, which happens sometimes. Is one parameter somewhere. In theory, I haven't tested that, but this one, and we're already up to 3 new facades. I'm not going back to the other way. Like, if there was a race to model buildings, I would definitely lose the first iteration. You could build it much faster the first time. But if the job was build 5 different buildings, I would win. I think you make up the difference at the end. What am I? Oh yeah, I kind of want to see this column in there. Actually, do I have a square in my like kind of testing one? Do I have squares? So these are the wrong heights. That's not going to work out. And the I-beams are going to get stuck in them. I'm going to try this truss one, and I'll try the circle one after. Yeah, okay. So we got this one. Do a row of these. Go up. Then we got a row of the big windows. Go up. And then we got the triple windows. Actually, I think the triple windows do go at the top. I feel like I've seen that. And then you put the it's like a quarter wall or half wall with the little top detail, the top trim details for the roof. Cascade shadows are doing cascade shadow things, so we gotta kind of like ray trace them instead. Perma shadows. A little expensive, but look especially good on small architectural details. You don't have them like fading in and out; they're just always there. They also make like super nice. I think I have my sun radius is like 1. It's just like a little bit soft, but perfect projections through there. You know, ray traced shadow, not depth map, cascade shadow. Yeah, so I mean, I think per building, it's just coming up with like rules to make it look like it. But then if you want a building next to it, you typically make the heights per floor different, and then the windows the window heights are then different, right? But within each set, you keep to the same rule. Those are just parameters now. I don't have to model anything. I can't imagine people actually modeling that by hand. It's like such a nightmare. And then like, you know, per rule for building, it's like, okay, so all of our footers are a certain depth, or there is no footer, or it's like so flat, you know. And I could make like, I don't know, like 3 variations of this. So like the door one, the top trim, generate that set, change the floor height, change the window, blah blah blahs, whatever, keep them all the same, generate another one, and then 3, I make a whole city basically. And then a lot of it comes down to like more tastefully doing this to it, just starting to like swap materials out really, and giving them, you know, different color tints and dirt maps. And that should be soon. That could possibly be like the next update, really, if I just keep cranking at these HDAs and not screw them up like I did today on the export. It's much simpler if you don't do the HDA workflow. You just export FBX. It's like, don't have to worry about it. Doors are a little bit of a quandary because they have a panel that has to open. So it's a little bit more work than the windows, whereas they're very static. I think I'll commit these to interior also, because then people could build with them. Versus forcing them to be facades and covering out the windows, then it's like you can't use them to light. You can't put light through them, so it kind of like kills the fun. So to make this a full demo, ooh, it's 11. I don't think that's gonna happen. I need a door. That's really it. Oh, the column. Yeah, let me see what the column looks like. It's not really like a brownstone if you don't put the stoop there, though. Like that's super missing out. Those always like look so good too. But it implements. I have to implement like a half floor, and then like a sub stair, like a sub. What would that look like? Let me build it real quick. Actually, let me prototype in it how this would be. So if I guess I could have just left those. If I treat this as the bottom floor, then we're going to have I'll call this the staircase, like the landing or whatever. And then there's a stoop. They're not going to be full height like this one is, but like it would be like here. So we'll do it like this. Right, but this is below the ground. I need like that back. Doesn't help that these don't have pictures. Getting confused. Then the roads. I need the sidewalk and road. I'll take this road. That one. So then we have like, yeah, none of these are designed with this in mind. It's not so bad, but the stair has to be a half stair. It can't be like this full staircase here. And then it's like, oh, what? Why? Okay, so the roads aren't designed to go this high. They're not designed to snap into the 4 system. That's an issue. So it doesn't look half bad, to be honest. Just the snapping's a little wrong, which you can just fix it in editor. You can just switch into editor mode and then just start dragging them around. Ooh, that doesn't want to go there. I lost that piece. I'll just copy this. So, do I still have sidewalk? Yeah, here. I'll just sidewalk this out. Well, I guess if I put this here, this is like almost it. Like, this is almost the stoop. Like, there's a door here, but this is like a half stair into it. And then, but this is like way too deep down there. Like, this is like a huge drop. It's not, it's not, I need a specific staircase, but this is not that bad. I think it's still too tall. But if this is street level, oh, that looks pretty fucking good. That's very close. I just need this door. I mean this staircase, which I can use this stair generator to make this now, like really easy. And we just need the wall. So what's the issue? It's the stair. This stair is like the funny one. It's like this stoop stair that has to have like the bottom level behind under it. That's the piece that's missing. And this is already actually this looks fine. I'll maybe make this like the actually I could just make it with no windows. It's too far down. Like you only go down half a level, so it looks look crazy. But this wall being kind of like already a cement barrier works kind of well. And as far as it being like, you know, the Sesame Street brownstone, I'm like that's pretty much it. We just need to figure out how I'm gonna do this. I could manually do it. I don't know, but it's close. And so much of the work is just like these the dimensions of that trim of those windows pieces like this. I want the door now. How hard is it going to be to make the door? I did make a door generator. I can use this window generator and then just turn off the... If I just turn off the bottom, it's the door. And then push it out more. I need a door frame generator though, so I don't really have that. Or I need like the door panel generator. It's not that hard to rate. If I just have a door here, oh yeah, the columns. I keep forgetting to try the column. Let me try this one, this one. I'll try these grid ones. They're going to be the wrong size, but let me look at this. And that one's round. I don't remember. Oh, we have a trim top. That's not going to be in the right place. Okay, but still, let's try these ones. Interesting. Okay, so if I turn this way, yeah. So it's. Well, I guess I could do like this and that. It's kind of an aggressive trim, but okay, number one. Just to see anything there on the corner. And then what's it look like in between the wall? Just got all industrial. I mean, it's if you're down here and you're not looking at it, I think it's completely you buy it. But no, I'll do a better one. That's just the I-beam, the warehouse I-beam. So these trims are not gonna line up. What's this one? I don't think we really do that. It looks like a castle or something, like the circular ones. I don't think I'm gonna make any of those. The square ones, these are just for blocking, but they work kind of perfectly. You kind of have to. It depends on how much room you put in between each window. And then yeah, this one. Right, like you just make that like the interlocking brick thing that everyone does on the edges of houses, and that would column. Yeah, this column, this is a perfect column. So the 40 by 40 by 400 columns for all of this will work great. And is this trim gonna hit up here, or where is this trying to stick? Oh, it does. What? Is 4 times 4 times 3 is... Oh, 4 times 3, because, yeah, okay. So this is, because these are designed for 300 tall assets, but, we did 4 times 3, so it is base 3. So if you do 3 stories of the 400s, you line back up. It's just like playing jazz in 5/4. Or 3/4. Yeah, so those are like my blocking trims. Those will work out pretty well if we make them 400 tall and just put some sort of like any sort of brick texture on them. They'll be pretty passable already. I think these do come into the inside though, is that right? They do, yeah, so we'll have to make the half cut off version of them. But all the snapping logic works pretty well. And then this piece will have a bunch of like ornateness in it, like a little bit of repeat pattern stuff going on. It's pretty good. Yeah, even like I think even like switching this one out to take these all back. Like, you don't need to vary it that much to kind of confuse people enough to be like, oh, it's different. Like, if they're all the same, it's pretty apparent, but not 3. But like even this, I think that's almost enough there where it's like, oh, that's not the same, and then that one's different. You just stop caring after that point. You know, like your brain kind of just like, oh, there's variation. It's normal. This triple one, you probably chill out with the balconies. They're a little fat with the sills. But I think 3 sets and a top trim and a door, that's it. And we'd have to make a half window for the bottom one per set of this. And then I need to spend some time in Substance Designer and make some like nice looking brick texture facades. And I don't even think I'm gonna substance painter these, because like that would suck, because then I have to like, I gotta basically group all of these. Like I would group one of those, and one of these, and then UV them all, lay them all out on the same UV sheet, and then substance painter that. It's like, versus just like kind of leaving them flat generic like this. It's like way easier for me. Kind of want to make the door 11. That doesn't seem likely. Can I color these? I don't think I can, right? Oh, I can. Okay, good. So I can make these like gray. If I just drop the saturation out, I can make them darker. Oh no. Actually, that looks good like that. These want to be even darker, because I haven't unlinearized the color. Like the difference between this flat gray and the brick, it's not that much. Oh, I meant to alt click that. Oh, I lost the color. Oh well. It's not a huge difference, depending how far you are from it. And if I remember my own program, control click to sample that back and put it there. Yeah, so just changing that to being darker gray, because white's always very like alarming or something. It was very high contrast. Now that the pillars are dark, you kind of just forget that they're there. They're just basically silhouette. But they break up, and then the bricks aren't as contrasty as they were. It feels more realistic already. Specular's a little heavy. But yeah, I need to make nice trims for columns, nice trim for the top. This is gonna look very nice. Even with this stair like not connecting, I almost still buy it. So how cheesy is it if I do spin this one? Like if I make a door right into here, it's gonna look bad. Well, I also built the sidewalks are at 600. From the inside, I haven't thought about it from the inside yet. What I'm gonna do for that? I think I'm definitely gonna do like really big chunky crown and floor molding, maybe baseboard, chairboard, like super like designed out stuff. It's all just the same curve on a trim. Split the mesh in half. Give it an interior plaster or wallpaper, something. And then like really fancy staircases. Which is like primarily the railing. Like I feel like as all the decoration happens on the railing. And my odd obsession with buildings will have paid off. I want a door. Yeah, a door. Those windows are great. I'm very happy to have gotten this to that point where like this is actually a usable piece of geometry and not a tutorial. So wall window and wall door. It's time to make this even more generic because it's like I've gotten like a third to a fourth of the way there. Where this is an HDA now, like the window itself, that's an HDA. Like it's doing its own thing. It can be updated on its own, but it has a way of relating itself back to a bigger picture. This doesn't. This needs to be an HDA. Oh god, no! Don't do any. It's just a view. Like that's this piece here, and what it needs is this is called a sash. This one piece, it needs a window frame. This is kind of trying to do both jobs, but this is a sash. It needs a window frame in it, and it needs the ability to be two ones. Eventually, we'll have like curved top ones and multi-pane ones, and we have to model out procedurally little latches here and there. That shouldn't be too bad. But this HDA will handle all the inside detail of a window, broken off, and then this wall. Where are you? Which is, no, that's the window frame. Currently a Boolean, yeah, it's just a Boolean and then a line that places the windows inside of it with a very specific UV style. I don't know if I can make that, like that wall piece can be windows and doors. Like it's like, is the high level object out here, is this a wall that can do walls and doors, or is it like a window wall and there's a door wall? I think that there's probably a door one, but I can still use that window dressing HDA for the to dress the door, make the pediment gigantic. I want to try that. And then Yeah, I don't need the sash part for the door, obviously. So what I'm thinking is that I will do everything in here now and not split the HDAs out into different files. It's not that bad. Like if I duplicate this, it's kind of a lot. I think I'm gonna just make 2 sub networks here. So this is a sub network, right? Yeah. Okay. So that you have to select something to use that one, sub network. So then this one is a wall. I already wrote this, but it's not very good, so I'm gonna do it again. A wall door. So these are our 2 generators here. We'll be pushing out of these 2 things. Get rid of that. And inside of this one is a geometry for the whole network. But then it's gonna need, I believe you put the LODs and the collision into this, and then you push from here. So it's gonna be the same kind of thing here where I have a geo for the kind of like wall geo, and then we'll have like wall geo UCX, because this one needs a specific UCX to be able to walk through it. I don't wonder what happens if I just leave it empty in here, but just to remind myself why this exists, this will eventually be UCX geo 00, and I think the LODs work by, you just write like LOD1, LOD2 or something like here. So this would get, well, in that case, I would pull this out, and then you object merge the LODs back in. I'm not going to do LODs though for these yet. And then in here, I need like the Boolean HDA, which I'll just copy the network for now. So it's a little redundant. Little redundant stuff here, but just to get the assets shipping. So it's basically, we don't do this copy to points anymore. It's just these 2. I'm just Boolean 2 boxes. I don't know why that took so long. And yeah, it's just these 2, probably with the transformer. There's no copy to points anymore. So I'm okay to repeat it. It's the UVing that's kind of significant. Okay. So I need a new null. I think this is the way. This is how I'm gonna lay out these 2 HDAs, and hopefully I've architected it in a way that's like pretty usable. So this is gonna be the wall door controls, and we'll drive it very similar. Really want this door to make a thing, a demo. So we're gonna say wall width, wall height, wall depth. So this is like a straight repeat of what I have already. And then we'll do what is now just door width, door height. We're gonna need an offset eventually too, but that will dictate pretty much the next settings for this. So we'll, oh, that's not what I meant. I'll break it. So we're gonna do 4 by 4 by 0.2 by, make it like 1.5 by 3 for the door. That's the setup. This box, we're gonna clear all these. This should be throwing an error, right? Like this shouldn't find anything. It's, if I named, so it's going up a level. I'm just gonna delete them. I don't know, whatever. I'm gonna iterate. I'm gonna iterate this because it's working. So if I crash, if I destroy this and it starts sucking super hard after. So this is like the wall. I'll still, it's not like the wall doors and windows, but delete. Okay, so we're gonna do, well, we'll find out. Where are you? Oh, it's 0. That's why. Yeah. Okay. So let me look at the, what axis are we drawing this on? So that's depth. Oh, I'm drawing down Z. Right, yeah. So I can, yeah, okay. So this is depth. Just put it there. So copy parameter. Y is always height. That one's easy. I just reset it by accident. And then this is width is on Z. We transform at the end, I think. I don't like the booleans now because of the geometry they create. Really, really don't like them. If I want to slice a door out of this, it's just 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Blast those faces. Those are known numbers. I mean, I could bounding box select them probably. Then I have to select this border and then this border and bridge them. It's not that bad. And I get perfect quads. It's not now. I don't really want to. I don't have to figure that out though at the moment. So let's just. I'm gonna do it the Boolean way and to be fixed later. Delete and delete. This is the door opening now. I don't know why there's a transform on it. Oh, that's the offset. I won't do an offset for now. So we'll do all the math in here. So width is on Z. So copy, paste here. Let's look at it. Oh, it's centered, yeah. And its size on X, which is depth, is going to be wall depth times 2. There's 2. And height is just this height, and then we're going to move it up. But it's we'll see, I don't remember. Copy parameter and paste here. So if I template this, what do we have so far? That's centered. So we are going to do, we're going to take this channel here and move it 0.5 or negative 0.5. I don't remember. Negative 0.5 it is. So that's, oh, that's just not it at all. Oh, that centers it to the world. It doesn't center it to the wall. How did I? Oh, because the windows were centered. It didn't matter. It's actually half of what the... What? Oh, you move it half of the wall height. It's this one. If we're going to continue to model this centered, I might not. Is there any reason to keep this like this? I'm going to move the whole thing up from the get-go, like immediately. I'll do it as 2 transforms. Is there any logic that's going to want this to be centered? I don't think it matters. What's up, F5? Do I build it on the main PC? And when I make the Mac one, you just take the entire project off your PC? Yeah, that is how I do it. Unfortunately, it sucks. But it's actually, by doing it that way, it becomes a backup. Because I have the U project backed up on both computers now. Yeah, that's how I do it. You can automate it through a network, but like you can, once you have a Mac OS Unreal Engine ecosystem set up, you can automate the pushing of the project and you can tell it to build on the Mac without having to go over there. But I don't trust that yet. I don't, me as a network programmer, I don't feel comfortable doing it. So I just copy the U project, bring it over, rebuild it. And Mac OS has a lot of different stuff in the editor than PC. So I then every single time one by one and go check like the default RHI for Mac OS, and I unfortunately I manually change the hotkeys to say Alt and Option. You know, it's kind of not like scalable solution, but it works. And I've done like 50 releases that way, so it's been fine. And it does become a backup as well. Like if this computer completely dies, I have all the builds on the Mac computer as well. So that's my solo dev way of doing it. It's not great. I'm gonna ground align these, min align them by default, like right now. I don't see a reason not to. So I want this height parameter, paste it here, times 0.5. And then same with this one, and it's not negative now. Yeah, I'm going to be doing iOS soon. I've done a little bit of iOS stuff. I used setup already for the hardest part is getting approved by Apple and getting your Xcode set up and getting your provisions and like there's like this whole, just like Steam, it's this whole process of approvals before you could even like push anything onto an iPhone. You have to have iTunes and Xcode and everything needs to be set up, and it's really annoying. And then you need to set it up in Unreal Engine. But once you push your first iOS app, you don't have to change that until your provision expires. So it's like you do it once and you kind of forget it. I've set it up like twice. But I'm going to be pushing to iPad OS pretty soon. Pretty soon meaning like 6 months, but that's still relatively soon I'll be doing that. I've built like 2 iOS apps so far using Unreal Engine. They're not public, but I've just to test them. Works really well. I mean, have you ever played Fortnite on an iPad Pro with an Xbox or with a PlayStation controller? It's incredible. The graphics look really, really, really good, and it's really fast, and it's a good benchmark to try to hit. So I am gonna Boolean this, unfortunately. Oh, look at that geometry. No, but whatever, it'll work. So I have the UV formula written for this already in here. And is this gonna work? I think it is. I think I could just copy paste this tree out of here. This should UV it for me. What's that big group at the bottom? That's just a group. Yeah, that's a group to, I want that group so I can material this at the end. So we're doing the same thing. So we're going back out to my door. And like, I'm thinking about making, oops, ooh, gross. Thinking about making like basically this is an HDA, and this is like how this is how I like to UV things, and it's gonna do it for me, even with weird ass geometry like this. Like, it's fine. Yeah, we don't need to reverse anymore. Let's put the quick shade at the end. Yeah. So like this is like, I used to complain all day in Blender. I was like, this sucks. I was like, cause like they don't have all the UV tools that Rhizome / Maya / Max has to do this stuff to make it fast and automatic. I was like, every time I was like selecting 6 faces, projecting it, packing it. It's like, that's right here. This is what I was doing in a procedural way every single time. So I'll probably make like this right here is a UV node itself. Like it's this, I don't know what I would call this, but I can make this an HDA and reuse it. It's like, this is the way that I like to pack UVs for modular. It's like a modular, it's like a, if your object is like a cube, more or less, like cubular, whatever we call, like, you know, I don't know, that's what it's cubular modeled or whatever. This will UV almost any of them perfectly for seamless tiling textures. If it's square, I have to rate the version that's non-square, but I'm generating squares for now. I could just reuse this over and over again instead of copy and pasting it like an idiot. But there it is. Yeah, so it's like perfectly UV'd, right? I just copied and pasted it. That's money right there. You know, that's like, I had to click, that's so much clicking to make that happen in any other program. And then I grouped the whole thing as a wall later, so I can assign a material to it. So there's the door cut out with our crazy ass geometry, but luckily we wrote the UVing, so it's selecting by normal. We do not have this internal face anymore. I guess I could still promote the Boolean. One of these primitive groups is this interface. So I could still retain the group. So there's the primitive of the door. And so now I can take, oh, I don't have to jump out. Hold on, wait, I could just go back in here. This should be an HDA. This should be, I mean, it's just a Boolean, but I suppose this is the chunky part, right? This could be, I'll collapse this into a node right now, right? I'll call this, I'm going to call it the modular UV operation. We could just shrink it down. So that works too. Little modular UV. Makes it less crazy looking. And so now that I'm in this like SOP Context, is that what we call this? I don't know. I got this thing. Boom. Got my window back in here. Come back. So I'm going to template this and view that. All right. So I'm going to have to make a little checkbox for this HDA, which is a good test to see if I can edit it and it propagate. To not need this bottom. Actually, I could use that bottom stoop as like a step that you step up to it. I mean, I could make it work. So I'm going to transform this, again, 90. Oh, no. And then we're going to drive this one from the door parameters here. And I got to move up. So this is that one. Yeah, that did it. And this one. Paste. So this is like where like all the Houdini demos I've been seeing, it's like, or like one of like the main marketing things that they say is that like as you start to model this way, all your assets have like a consistency to them because you're literally reusing them all the time. So if I go and update like, you know, what type of design I want on this, they would all get it all at once. So you can kind of do this with referencing in Maya, but it's like, I've always found referencing to be like super crashy. But that might be because I was doing it wrong. But like doing too much referencing was always really bad for me, so I just never did it. But like referencing this way, it's not like I don't know. It seems like it would be more robust because it's really just all the nodes are in there. They're just packaged into like a container. So this is gonna get the same. I mean, technically, I'm just gonna transform it, but we already have the math for this this transform. It's like, actually, where is it? Did I put it in here by accident? I don't know where it went, but oh, it's in the asset itself. Yeah, so whatever. So we're gonna move it out on -x the wall depth divided by 2, something like that. Yeah. So this one times 0.5. -0.5. And then it goes up half. Well, it's kind of, this is for a window, but it'll still work to move it up half the wall. No, the door height. So copy. Times 0.5. Okay, so in that case, it puts the little sill below, that's how a window should work. And if I just go back to this HDA and I make a checkbox for sill, it's like enable, it would just turn it off and it'll just not even generate the mesh completely. Well, it should definitely throw the UVs for a loop. It'll like, it's not, I'm sure this doesn't take up that much texel room, but it'll be a little bit different. But that's already a door. Like it's the side trims are on it. I just make things like a little bit more exaggerated, and that's a door opening for me. So next test, let's see if I can edit that HDA and have it like not break everything. I think that's you. So we're eventually going to come back and save out here, and it's not that deep. It's really just right there. So we're going to add a param to this to turn on. I mean, I could add a param to all of them, just turn them off. I'll just start with one though. And then I need to promote this up to the big HDA too, but I'll do it like quote unquote locally here. So a toggle for the sill here, we'll call it sill bool. And we're going to say generate sill. And it's default to on. It seems like we'll find out. Apply except. I don't know how to use that, so got to figure that out. Is that a switch node? I have no idea. I know how to use it in Unreal Engine, but I don't know what that is here. So, sill, generate. That needs to turn off like a whole, it's a merge basically, like it needs to, this is the sill. I mean, we should stop it at the top. I mean, it's probably still calculating all of this, and if I switch it here, it's still expensive. Now, is there a bool? That's not what we want. Is there a, is it a switch? Switch if? Seems like it would be a switch if. What's a switch if do? I don't know what this does. You can make a switch with a geo on one side and a null on the other. Is it? Does this if work or is this something else? I don't know what this. I'm gonna try. I don't know what this switch if does. So switch. I don't know how these work. Oh yeah, actually wait, yeah. So you do like this is the like yes, and like you said, a null is that. So the transform. So if I go like this, it goes away. Okay. So 0 and 1. What is this? Does this output 0 and 1? Like, can I copy this and put it here? So I gotta switch these this way. So don't generate, don't generate. Okay, that seems like it's working. So then I need to go to my HDA here. Where are your controls, HDA? Why am I set? Why am I... Why doesn't this have controls? Oh, shit. The HDA is down here. Wait, what the... Oh, yeah. Didn't I remember that we screwed this all up? It's here. It's at the geometry level. So this doesn't have it, right? Yeah, okay. So I got to put it on this one. Okay, I almost made the same exact mistake I made before. Start working on the object level SOP. You go here now. Apply. Accept. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Then at this level, save the hip file. I need to save this SOP thing HDA. Save it. Okay. So we save this one. Will it show up correctly here? We gonna find out. This one. Don't see it. That's not good. Can I update this? I mean, I could just probably like, is there a, I mean, I didn't do anything to this except for that. How, this didn't update on its own. Do I have to like push this update or like update? Dive into network? Uh-oh. I might just delete it. Bring in a new one. Show an asset manager? Well, I never want to go into whatever that was. Never want to see that again. Actions, examples. I think you hide the parameter of the object level. Oh, I hit it? Is that what you're saying? Did I not do it? Did I not expose it? Should this be updated now, or do I have to like tell it to update? I did hide it at the object level. Yeah. That was the idea, is that we need an HD at this level. So this one has it, right? And I saved it, but how do I get it back? It's not connected. So like that's like it's like spawns its own whole local version of it. They're not connected. That is, if that's the case, that is extremely important to know. I'm gonna save the asset so it doesn't push it forward like an Unreal Engine. You can tell it to like rebuild itself. Doesn't work that way here. Okay. So it's not like I can tell this to like, hey, go update yourself. I have to just like get a new one. And then the new one has the, hopefully has the stuff in it. Should have thought about the name of that HD a little bit more. Right, and then this one has the... Oh, it sure doesn't. Where's the... But it's gone. But I don't have the checkbox. Or did I put it somewhere else? Funny. Where's the checkbox? Only the HDA, but I don't have this. I don't have my checkbox here. Where'd it go? but it's working, but it's gone. Sadness. Wait, but where's the checkbox? The heck? Did I hope I didn't like royally break all the other ones. I mean, whatever. They're so easy to hook back up now. Once these are all separate HDAs, it's like very, very easy to relink them. It's just rating the first one that's kind of hard. You need to go into asset and save HDA. I thought I did. I thought I did, you know? Maybe on that null that you used? I thought I pushed it. I'm gonna delete this. And go back to that asset. Where'd you go? So it's this one. That's the HDA. It is here. It's there. And because that's what's really controlling it. That's what's really controlling that switch. And then all I did was link it here. Like it's on this HDA interface. Right? Like boom. Isn't this the HDA interface? Am I wrong? Window dressing exterior. Is this not the like the actual HDA? Is it type properties? Is it this? Is it different now? Oh, you gotta add it to this. What? I like right click like it's not here. What was the other one I was looking at? There. That didn't work. How come I can't add that? What is this? Go under asset in the top menu. I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to jump out to this. So it's selected. Edit asset properties. So it's not there, right? Because I want to add this one here. How come I can't add that? So I wasn't adding it to the right place, but how come I can't add to this thing? Forbid linking parameters from outside this subnet. Is that the reason? I don't want to break anything, but I have to figure this out. This doesn't, it doesn't like it. It does not want to come in here. So sad. It doesn't say why either. It's just like, nope. Like why? Is it because of this? Do I have to turn this off? Forbid linking parameters from outside the subnet? No, that makes sense. That's fine. Install parameters file. What's that? Can I save this or something like that? What's a parameters from file? I want to see that. I want to make this easier for myself later. Okay, how do I get this? Can I make a new one? I don't really want to do that. Is that what I do and then I make a new one and drive it? That's like not, that's like, seems wrong. But can I add a toggle to SIL? That works. And then I could drive this, I could link that to that one. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Is there a reason I shouldn't do that? Like, SIL bool generate. So this seems weird. Seems real weird here. So we're gonna copy this parameter and paste it onto this one. What? Like, paste reference. Oh, we didn't like that. That's a whole, got a whole bunch of sad. What's sad? It doesn't like, oh god, oh look at this. Yeah, because this is like, what are you like? What are we referencing here? Was that not it? Did you try to save the asset before? Hold on. So it's like different setting this up after you've already saved it or something. Is there like an edit? Because now all these don't like, well, it's just this one parameter wants to talk to the top one. So like, for instance, like what's driving this? Like what, these are green because they're linked back. I don't, I should have fucking saved. I didn't save. Now I'm just like in this. I can just delete this switch, I guess. I should have saved before I started doing this. God damn. Why can't you be driven by that? Like what? Recursion too deep. What an error. Yeah, okay, because it's like this is supposed to set the interface, not the other way around. So let me go. I think I'm gonna go delete. How come there's like one here, but then there's also the HDA's interface. Like that's the subnet, and then there's like. I'm gonna delete this. Okay, and then I'm gonna go and delete this channel. Now the recursion's not too deep, right? We're all happy. We love this. This is great. But how the hell do I get this back on the HDA? It doesn't make sense. And what is this interface? Oh, it's gone now. What the fuck? Okay. This HDA, we're gonna go and edit the properties. I'm doing the same thing again. I don't know why I think this is gonna work, but okay, right? So I'm looking at like, nope, this. This is running the show over here. Like this is hooked up, doing things. Great things for us. And normally, you just do this. Whatever. Okay, cool. Now it works. Cool. Great. What? Sure. And then now is it also there? What happened differently? I don't know, but it works. So great. Let's save it. I've learned no lessons from that, but it works. I hope. And so I'm gonna go back to this. And transforms real sad sitting there by itself. So now if I regenerate it, plop, boom. Ah, we've done it. Cool. Well then, let's merge out here. I gotta group that door so I could give it a material. Bonk. It's a door. What the? Oh, I didn't hook it up. I see. Hold on. Where's my null? I've learned things. These last 2 days I have learned things. And the proof is in the 3 assets that we have generated so far. So copy that one. And that one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. So I mean, with the front doors are very like there's some very specific things about front doors. It's not very realistic to have nothing here. Like there's a whole lot of stuff that happens at the footing of this, depending on like just what's going on like below it and stuff like that. But also our door frames are not very realistic either. I guess I still have to make the door HDA. Like it's something that can fill any rough opening, and then there's all the different doors happen at that level. So that's what would come next, and maybe that even takes into account the footing. I'm gonna put this in the engine though. I just want this. I want this piece. And tomorrow, am I back tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. God, things move so fast. Tomorrow I'll make the door insert, and I'll make it the way that I wish I had made the window one, but did not. Okay, so that was pretty good. We kind of modded an HDA we'd already made. That was cool. This is going to be one of my like special sauce UV things that I'll continue to. Well, it's its own HDA too, but I'll continue to make it better and better. And this has saved me a lot. I never UV a piece like that anymore by hand. It's just I wrote the rules to it. Give this a quick. Oh, that's not what we want. Good God. Never mind. Don't do that. So that's mat group wall, and pre-merging it, we want to group it. Not a VDB one though. Group. I really want to do some terrain stuff. That looks super fun. But not yet. Gotta get some buildings in here, and then I'm gonna go make some mountainy modular pieces. Group, mat, door trim, door trim, sure. Got the group. I'll just make a new one. Do I have to do like normals or something? There was like something else I was supposed to do here, I think, but I'll make a whole new mat net. I call this one wall door mat net. We only need 2 for the moment. Back in here. Oh boy, wall door mat net. That's this one. 2 principled shaders. And maybe we'll get it right this time. We're gonna call this one mat 01. It likes starting at 01. Call this wall. If that's not the first one, I'm gonna be really annoyed. I hope that's the first element. Oh, that's gonna mess up. Whatever. I'll just switch them. Mat to door trim. If it doesn't come in this order, I'll have to keep figuring things out. This is like day 4 of still not understanding how to do element IDs. We went yellow this time, changing it up. No. So then we're, oh, this needs a collision. Oh god. Okay, I gotta make the collision. Material. I'm just gonna use the advanced collision F. Well, this is a lot of up there. I guess I'll make the proper collision. I do it once, don't do it again. So do it the right way one time. So group, mat group, wall. Where's mat group? Oh, there it is. I spelled it. I did it wrong. Well, this one gets the wall door one. Geo this wall. I really like this material system. I love doing it this way. And the door trim. It's amazing. So we just need the door insert that does like the actual like door frame paneling footery thing. I forgot what that's called. Yeah. So I do need a, guess I'll put an output down here. I don't really know what these are for. Still do it though. I'll name this output out wall door. We need some UBXs. I can make 3 UBX. So like what I was doing before is I was using this Boolean as a UCX. Oh, and because we weren't triangulating it, that's why I didn't like it, I think. I'm going to see if this works. Wait, so this Boolean right here, we're going to make a null. Because we're doing this one, and I'm going to call this one collision wall door. I'm going to see if it likes this now. So many places this can go wrong. There's so many places between Houdini and Unreal that like things can go wrong, and like it kind of won't tell you. So this could now be this, my UCX. So I'm going to do object merge. This still might not work, but I want to test it. It's this, right? I do that, and I grab out. No, collision wall door, right? There it is. And I don't want to see it, but it'll still export it. Was it like in there or something? Whatever. So this one now. Okay, I have like a bunch of stuff turned off. I can't even see that one. This has in it a UCX geo. Oh, okay, that's spelled wrong. That's not gonna work. Wall geo UCX wall geo dash underscore 00. That should be its collision, and maybe it'll take that now. I spent like an entire day failing at that before. It wasn't the whole day. It felt like the whole day. Wall door, yeah. So let me export this one. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I've named these crazy, but we're just gonna go to 04. And it's not wall window now, it's the wall door. Export. Is the Unreal Engine still open? Tis. Import 04. Question is, how is this collision? 2 material IDs, mat wall and mat door. I finally got the material IDs to come in the right order. And this collision, nope, you can't do that. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that doesn't work. So we do have to do like make 3 boxes and then have 3 UCXs. It's not that bad. So that's a no. It's a negatory on that one. So what we can do, I forget if you can have them separated off the main chain or if it freaks out about this. I think it's okay. I'm just gonna make 3 boxes. 1 boxes. So this first box is the top part. So it's just working these params to make the collision, and it's the same collision every time. So it's worth programming this out for every door anyway, versus modeling it out every single time in Blender or Maya. So it will be the wall width is on this way, so we're gonna take this one, same width. I could also slice that boolean, but whatever. I'm gonna just do it this way. This is like hard, a little bit more work, but you can't fail at it. Has less places to fail. Not relying on booleans or like fancy cuts. Depth is X. Height is wall height. I don't know why it took me so long to think about it, and I still don't think I got it. Wall height minus door height. And then we are going to, that size, so I'm going to have to translate it after, but we will then we'll top align it. So we're going to take whatever size this was and we're going to put it here times 0.5. Oh no, that's just, I wrote 8. How did that even work? That's bottom align, so we're gonna do negative 0.5. What's up, Tiger? I made buildings. They're looking okay. I can show you one in a second. And then it's gonna be a transform. I never spell this right. Transform. What time is it? Noon. Lunching shall be soon. And we move it up to wall height. Copy. Here. But do it. There it goes. That's the top part, and then there's 2 side parts. And it gets a little bit crazier if we start offsetting. But I'll program it after. So same situation down here for this side wall. Let me look at just this. And okay, and it's dimension. What is that, like instance it or something? I don't want to do that. I'll merge them. I'll make a merge of all of these. Hopefully I can have this subnetwork working this way. It's not the whatever, this like other network over here. So it's fairly similar. It's going to be depth here. Is this again? It's width though, I mean we're assuming now a symmetrical door right in the middle. Well, we can do height. We could have them, you're supposed to give space in between the UBXs, but I don't want to do that. The height is a similar formula. It's the wall height minus the wait a minute. No, it's just the door height. It's even yeah. I was gonna do something really dumb to get this number. It's that. Yeah, it's the door height. And that doesn't look like the right dimension. What's up with this? What's happened here? I put it in the wrong one. Well, whatever. It's this one. And I did that one wrong, so this is depth here. Paste. Depth. And what's the last one? The width? the width is wall width minus door width divided by 2, I think. And then we have to like weight it back and forth if I ever offset the door or something like that. Wall depth minus door width I need to get into this out here. Wall width minus the door width gives you the wall, like negative space or whatever. Don't know order of operations. Times 0.5. That looks somewhat reasonable. And then I'm going to bottom align it and then move it a bottom. Ooh, so it's a little bit. There's 2 of these. I'll mirror it. Can you mirror the collision? This has to be its own object. So what should I do with this piece? I should. Well, they're both center aligned, so we'll start with this. So we'll take whatever this becomes, this one, copy param, and paste it times 0.5. That's what's common between them. I need 2 of them, and they need to go on different outputs. Actually, these don't even merge. These are literally just different outputs. I don't know if the HDA is going to freak out about this, but I need 2, but it's gonna like kind of like instance locks them or something. Oh no, that time it didn't. It was when I put them in line that it locked these ones because they were like the same as that. So we have 2 of these now, and they're just different transforms. I don't want to have to figure out a clever way of doing both. I'm just gonna do them differently. So these are my UBXs, and I guess I could have drawn them in that other one and referenced out to this one. And if the HDA doesn't like these like kind of like floaty boys, then I'll have to do that. So this needs to move over. So this is center aligned. How do I get that there? I could have left aligned this one. So I'll do that too. I'll left align this, which is Z aligning. So it's this one. So whatever this parameter is times 0.5. Yeah. And then this one is, oh, what? Oh, it's here. Okay, then we'll take this one, and it's negative times 0, negative 0.5. Yeah. And then we're going to move this one half the wall width on Z. So that times 0.5, negative 0.5. And then this one is wall width positive 0.5. Let's look at it. Them's the collisions right there. So I'll do, did I delete that other wall collision or what? Did I, what? Yeah, I deleted it. So that object merge is probably pretty sad back there. We're gonna say wall door, we'll say collision wall door 1. And it named them for me correctly. So those are my collisions based on those parameters, based on we can't offset the door yet. So this should be throwing an error, right? It's like where there's no wall, that doesn't exist anymore here. Now we have collision 1. Copy this. It's up there. Well, I'll copy these first. So Geo1, Geo2. These are separate meshes, named correctly. Okay, this has that in it already. We want collision 2. This one we want collision 3. And with that set up, if the base geometry changes at all, I'll just come in and tweak those corresponding ones. But yeah, it's still procedural though, so it's nice. Let's untemplate that. Let's view this output. And see how this like sits. So it's this wall door now. And we'll export it. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna delete it. Where'd it go? Where are you? This one? Yeah, I'm gonna delete. I'm just gonna not re-import it. Smoothing groups. Doesn't like the smoothing groups. 2 materials, wall then door trim. Excellent. And the collision, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Quite an upgrade from a couple days ago when I just stared at this and cried. So we'll go put that in the game, and I've made a door. And that'll make the demo for later this afternoon so much better. What, who, what? Okay. Oh, because the kids are at school. Wow. We're so adult. That's where that goes? When you go to 1-0. Okay. So that's the windowy one. I changed the material IDs and blah blah blah, so they're not gonna all perfectly line up, but really these should be fixed. I'll regenerate the wall ones. It won't be that, shouldn't be too hard. So it's this one. There. Perfect. Somehow. No, not perfect. No, completely wrong actually. We did this shit brick here, and then no, it's not I-beam, that's concrete, so completely wrong about that. Oh, I meant to change these to make it a little bit bigger. Oh, whatever. I'm kind of interested to see it. We will have 3 eventually once I put a door in it, but the door ones are going to be a little bit of a different blueprint because they'll have a child actor in it that actually opens and closes. So that's a completely different situation than the windows are they just sit there and don't do anything. Okay, so we made the door. Didn't take too long because we're just using reusable HDAs. And yeah, so put this in the database and I'll go build a house. Building thing. And to see if I mess anything up. Here. It is number 10, which jumped to the top for some reason. It doesn't keep going there. Whatever. Here we go. And facade. I should stop calling these facades at this point, but I know what they are. Warehouse. Okay, so I made a door. Facade, 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 and a sidewalk should get us most of the way there. So, where's the bunny? It's over there. Okay, so I'm going to scoot out here a little bit. I left it in there as a joke and I didn't move it. I need to move it. It needs to be below the ground. Okay, so there's this. So let's get the door out. That should be 4. A mighty fine door. And I'm going to put some big windows next to it, which is 2 big windows. And then I'm going to put 1, the double windows here. Like that. Then I'm going to go to all double windows. I'm going to go to triple windows. Just do a little back. Oh, fly over here. Nope. And what are those? The double windows? Double window. And could just do like regular brick ones. I think it would be pretty viable to actually have those just be flat brick. But anyway, that's the setup now. So it has the door. It's not a very good door. Needs to be kind of parameterized differently, but it's in there. It's a little bit wider. It's a front door, big old front door. Yeah, that's pretty good. So I'm into this. This is how I'm gonna make all these buildings. I can't imagine doing them by hand. That would suck. Or you would do one and be like, well, not making any more of these ever. That's how I would feel anyway. Look, it's a hotel. New York City hotel, kind of. Awnings. I was gonna make awnings, procedural awnings for these windows. I think the awning's like its own asset, but we could make an awning pediment type thing that is it's based on a window and then it snaps itself in place. I might as well. So we kind of we've made the, I feel very confident with the wall and it making cutouts and it being UV'd perfectly from that series of nodes. And when I say perfectly, actually that's effed here. That got screwed up. So I need to consider this top piece. Though I'm gonna make an insert so you'll never see it, but something's wrong with the formula. That's wrong. But well, it's right on the windows. Something's wrong here. I wonder. I gotta go look at that. But the walls with openings cut out and procedurally UV'd more or less work. The exterior dressing with all this like extra stuff on it, all procedural. Same one being used for the door now, just with the sill turned off. And now I need to get back, and this is basically a sill generator in there, and then I need a whole frame generator where you can have multiple sills and then put latches on them. It's like half a day probably. And then same thing with the door. It's going to be a door frame with a foot thingy, I forget what it's called. And then it actually makes the door, and the door is a separate mesh because that has to go into a child actor to actually open. Yeah, thanks, Tiger. Yeah. So it's getting there. And and then I got to do the brick columns. It's just a cube with brick for now would be fine. And then make some trims. A trim straight and a trim corner. Done. You just snap them all together. It's kind of, I don't know how many users will ever get to the point where they like understand or care to do that, but like my prefabs will have it, so you know they'll look like finished buildings. And if we go with this like non-foundational, stoopless version of it like this, then that's it, and I can start to make like different versions of it. This door is gigantic. Like that would be a very, very big front door. I'm gonna probably shrink that down a bit. Procedurally. I will be right back. I think I have enough time to make a cube for here. I just need I need corner trims or else it looks kind of silly. I really want to make the top one. So tomorrow's gonna be, what I want to do tomorrow is the top trims, because it's kind of like goes in line with these to some degree. So I'm gonna generate this top trim part. Will really finish out like this looking like a complete building, and I can also stick those trims in between here as long as the windows aren't too tall. And then it's about door generator, window generator for the inside of it. And I'm gonna make that column right now for the demo for today. It's pretty good. And then I'll, once I have all of those, they're all parametric, then I'll generate this set again at different heights. Which will that be? I'll generate like a 300 tall version so that they'll match the other house one, but I'll be right back. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus, what did I do? Is this still gonna work? 1 second. I don't know why I just decided to refresh that, but I did. Okay, that's fine. Hey, what's up, Jim? Am I still alive? Because I refreshed I refreshed the thing. I don't know why I decided to do that. I gotta repop this out. Let me move this 1 second. I just saw that you released the mannequin stuff. I want to check that out. I haven't opened Blender for a little bit. Okay, there's the chat again. What bitrate? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I could look, I guess, in my settings. I'm not sure. Output, streaming, CBR. I do use NVIDIA NVENC, so that might be helping me. I do 1080. I take 4K and rescale to 1080. NVIDIA NVENC H.264. CBR 2500 kilobytes. 0 interval quality. Preset. The preset's quality. Profiles high. GPU 0. Max B frames. Recording, I crank it. Recording, I go much higher, but that's for streaming, if that helps at all in OBS. Okay, so yeah, there's these. They're okay. Boom. Boom. I'm gonna make a cube, but actually I want to make an HDA for UVing stuff, because that's what I want to make. So it's gonna be at what I don't even know how to manage this, to be honest. Like, I'm in the wall door, so I guess it's not even a subnet. I don't really know how to manage this stuff, but I'm gonna make another subnet for no reason other than organization wise. This is my modular UV subnetwork that I'll never export anything from because it doesn't generate geometry. And then I have a geometry node that's going to be, again, mod UV geo, which there isn't any. I'm not even sure if this works, but yeah, that's what I'm testing. And I want this process that I wrote here. It doesn't work. I need to keep updating it, but I don't. This right here, that one, that chain, I'm gonna keep iterating on that and then reusing it as an HDA because it's like has a whole lot of UV thinking going on inside of it. Yeah. So I don't think you need to put an output on it. Oh, what is this, driven by something? What don't you like? Not enough sources. Okay, so this is what I was wondering. Like, do you have to have geometry to make an HDA? So how do I reuse these nodes over and over again? Is it just a subnetwork? So I don't think it likes, it can't group nothing. Do I make it input? Is that what this is? Like an input? No. Oh, I think I know what you do. Wait a minute. So you take like, cut those. Do you plug it into this here? Oh, do I go like that? And then put it back? Where's the input go? Because this isn't creating geometry itself, so it's like, doesn't like it. Oh, how do I do this? Do I put it here? No. How do I get that to do that? Miss Mannequin is now live? I gotta check that out. Streaming 20,000. Yeah, that's a lot for streaming. I'm not I don't really know. Mine are pretty low. I think if anything, the NVIDIA NVENC with a 2080 Ti is like really high quality. It's like a really, really fast encoder. What's the best way to create sets in UE4 with planes and cubes? I always see planes used on assets, but not sure what to use anymore. I have both. Oh. Yeah, so planes are better for performance, but then you have to be conscious of if the user or the player ever sees the back of them, they're invisible unless you make double-sided materials. I build everything with cubes, which is worse for performance. But, you know, I don't give single-sided faces to the user because then you can't select them. and they're invisible from certain angles. So just because I'm like my game's all building, I don't do that. But for performance, because you're building like a proper video game, you usually build them from planes because it's a lot better for performance to not have to like in this case you wouldn't do this back part, or maybe even these top faces. It depends. You would just build the plane part, and then you'd have a lot more texture resolution for this, right? Because I lose half of it to, well, actually I'm fine because I'm trying to, I do this modular UV that I'm trying to package up, so I don't actually lose any resolution, but it depends on what you're doing. Most video games are gonna just do planes though for textile density and whatever. So I have this input, but I just want a UV. I want like a UV node, basically. I want one of these. Like, what is this? Like when I say UV on wrap, like what type of node is this? I want to make one of these, basically. It does what I want. And it has inputs, but I guess I don't know how to make this. So I'm going to walk away from this at the moment. But that's what I was trying to make, was my own UV on wrap tool node versus copy and pasting down this network over and over again. Yeah, I mean, I think it's much easier to build from cubes, because then like worst case, because like worst case you're like, oh, you know what, I do see that wall from this angle. Now it's not invisible, right? But you take a performance hit, and depending on how you're UVing, you would take a textile density hit. I don't know how to compress this into like one network. How do I requires source data. So how do I get, like, I just want it to be a node that has it. I don't know how to do this. So maybe I should have saved first of all. Hold on, before I break everything. I'm making new things. I don't think I'm gonna break the old one, but I could rebuild this whole thing from scratch in like probably half a day now because I've done it. But so maybe now that I'm in a geo node, what if I make this a subnetwork? And then I do that. Oh, not that easy. No, it doesn't like that. I thought that would be it. It's like, okay, whatever I plug into it, that's the source geo. No, doesn't. Don't like it. Primitives. So you can't do this, and then the whole thing just dies like on its own. Just can't. For some reason this is okay. Like by the second failure, it's like, you know what? It's okay. Not enough geo. So yeah, I'm gonna have to just search around on the Houdini world and how you actually make a UV modifier that's not actually making mesh. So HDAs are make meshes. They're not whatever this is. Like it's pure modifier. So I'll just delete this whole thing. That doesn't work. So I just need a cube, but I was gonna UV it the same way, so I'll just do it this way. Copy and pasting it is. I'm gonna call this the column. That's it. It's a column. Geo. Column. Geo. Box. I mean, I'm not even gonna like type parameters on this. I just need a box, but it needs to be UV'd like this. That's the main problem. So I don't want to have to reuse this every time. Without that, does this not have a quick shade at the end? I guess you wouldn't. No, it does. It has a quick shade in the middle. I would put this here. I'm basically gonna do this I'm doing this like constantly, so I need to like kind of package it up and use it over and over again. Perfect. And well, it's a cube. We need to make this one. I'll just do it like this. Yeah, so we'll do 4.4, and I'll do it parametrically here. Times 0.5. That's all I need, and it's UV'd. I'm gonna double check how it's UV'd, but should be fine. Oh, it stacked him. That's perfect though. That's exactly how I wanted it to be done. without having to actually do it myself. And its collision is just itself, which I'll have it auto-generate it, and it should be fine. I don't have this cube in my game at the moment. So, column. It's like I don't even click anymore. Like I don't like. It's like you don't. It doesn't even feel like 3D modeling. I'm never in here like selecting verts and like you don't do any of that. You know, Houdini. Oh, the top's effed. Okay. Right, because I remember the top face of the wall is wrong. So this, I need to... What is that? I gotta figure that out. I gotta rewrite that. That chain of nodes works in certain cases, but not all. But for now, I will just leave that. That's gonna be okay for this demo. But that chain of UVs, I need to like continue to iterate and like build all the edge cases. Like there's no edge case to handle this into one package, and I can use that on almost everything I make. You just never UV by hand again. I just drop that node and out the door. But I just need a cube. So it's almost right. So we're gonna call this one column 400 by 40 by 40 by type 1 by 1. And I need that for this demo I'm gonna make. Static. I have a lot more of these. They're in like a different folder though. Here's the column. I've like switched DCC stuff like twice in the last couple months. That's not a column. I chose the wrong network on export. That's why you can't just select it. It's like you gotta like actually change the network here. That one. Don't create, Jesus, I don't even know what that means. Accept pattern, I don't know what that means either. Export. So, I wonder if reporting is gonna be, I'm just gonna delete it. Because it does, sometimes like the element IDs don't get like brought back in correctly. Column. Can't even get the smoother groups on a column, right? Glorious. Okay, so I have to set up the... Do I have any industrial columns yet? I think I must have at least one column for this subway. That'll work. I'll duplicate this one. Naming convention just full bananas, makes no sense. Oh, there's the warehouse column. I'll name it that. Warehouse got capitalized. Okay. Column 2, technically. It's not really where... The names are super bad. Super bad. And if I change them, I'm like screwing all the users that have been using this for the last like couple days. How long has the update been out? I don't know, not very long. So I think the same snapping rules work for this one. 200, 200, 400. Just gotta go build, I don't know. I think that's probably fine. And just gonna drop a brick material on there and I'll color it in game. So this one goes here and there. Grab the static, or no, grab the, where is it? That one. Here, I'm gonna call it facade column just so that they all stay together. And yeah, no icon yet, and warehouse. So with this piece, that wraps up, you know, what I'll be producing for today, but then I can make an actual like house out of it. Or whatever. Hotel, brownstone. That one, this one. Let's do the door, flanked by... I also have like a flat one that doesn't have anything. I'll make the whole bottom floor. This looks like a Macy's now or something like that. And I'll turn this too. I'll turn it down too this way. Overshot it. Okay. Then we'll do doubles and then triples on the top again, and then put columns on them and see how bad it looks. Coming back the other way, triple windows. Just needs a roof trim. It'll look very brownstony. And then we made these. I'm gonna stick them as middle dividers too. Not that we really see this side too much, but haha, I got it on the way down. Just gonna go overboard with them. 5. Bounce, bounce. Corners what really need them. You don't technically need them in the middle, but it will help out the. So they're pretty subtle, and I can UV them so that they have that kind of like cross cornice. I think they're called cornices. There's a certain way that those bricks get laid out. I can UV it so that it does that, or I'll just make like a specific piece for it as well. I don't think there would be a different color between them, but I'm gonna kind of darken all of these just a little bit. No saturation though, no hue. There we go. Just to kind of look at them. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna color the bottom floor differently. Actually, I kind of like how this looks, like a darker one. I guess I'll just do the whole thing for posterity. Oh, I didn't put columns on that one. It's okay. And I'm gonna make this one a little bit lighter. Subtle. This is too shiny. Specular's too high. The roughness map's a little bit too careless. But yeah, way too shiny. Let me put a sidewalk on it. Kind of gives it some context, scale, and also those yeah, sidewalk right into it's okay. It doesn't look like it looks more like a commercial building than a house. If you have a sidewalk that obviously goes right into your front door, so gotta look this way. Really needs the top part. Once you put the top, it's like that's pretty video game building right there. Check it out, tiger. I actually don't like changing the color of the. They're like it like doesn't stick out enough, and the texture is so seamless that you like don't even see that they're there. Oh, I guess I'm resetting everything now. Oh well. Hard to get that one. I need to make a drag and hold. Just reset them to white. Kind of look at it again. It's hard to select those. I need a drag and hold for this. It'll just fire. If you hold it down, it just fires a timer. It does the same thing. I'm standing in front of the corner. Let me look at the corner. Yeah, that covers the corner fine. This won't make a very good inside because those are full 40/40s centered on the wall. But I can make it so that they're actually trimmed, so they only go in halfway from the side that you're looking at it from. Just like Fortnite. I guess I'll put I'm gonna put a concrete top. I think I have a trim piece that'll look. I can use this as a trim piece. It might look okay actually. I'm gonna use this, and the trims are very similar to that, but they're gonna have an overhang, so they'll be a little bit different. Nope. I fell. Okay, and then I forget how these are placed. I think this is gonna work. Yeah, I mean this is more or less how the trims are gonna snap together too. But they have they overhang this piece here. The corners are always kind of a pain, but even that helps it. Like from down here, like if you're just like real quick, it's just like it's clear. It's the end of the building at the top. Even feels okay like that. I don't have like a clean one that's just doesn't have the curb on it yet. skinny ones look kind of the skinny windows at the top look kind of ridiculous given how much of the the footer looks kind of crazy. Like that would have to get shrunken, I think, a little bit. But well, how many windows? 1, 2, 3 window variations and a door, basically all the same asset. It's pretty good. And we lose a lot of if we don't ray trace the sun, it doesn't look very. You have to be like real close to it, so you can't like sense. You can't really get it from back here. And I'll probably like make a couple prefabs where we just static mesh merge those all together into one like 2048 texture and one big old mesh, and then use like the auto LOD for like the far background, and then just make like a huge row of them and make that all one static mesh too. To build like big cities, they won't be made up of like individual pieces, but like anything you want to like actually go inside of, you need to go to like this level of detail. This, I didn't need to delete that. There's no back. Boom. Yeah, I really want like the. Without a foundation, it looks very. It's missing something, you know. Without that foundation layer. I mean, all my buildings look like this at the moment because I've just been skipping foundations. But there's like something's just like a little off. For a commercial building, you could just walk from the sidewalk right into it. But if it's a house, it seems very, very, very weird to miss the front stair stoop or the porch or anything like that. So that's kind of like a system design overall. I haven't figured out how to integrate that, because it's like, how tall is it? And the problem is that like these wall pieces snap at 0, 400, 400, 400. So like, how do I implement the foundation that's not at 400? Because the foundation is not going to be the full height of the wall. So I don't really know. For now, that's how they all have to look. I think it's pretty good actually. Even just using this, it's pretty passable. Awnings. I think that's on my list actually. My list of cool things that I do. Make awnings. Triangle pediment. Check. School stuff. We're not ready for that yet. Awnings. Yeah, here they are. So move this to the top. Come on, Apple reminders. Yeah, so I'm gonna make townhouse top trim. We're gonna make window. It's basically like the window sash and frame. That thing. And the door frame and panel, or I forget what they call the actual opening part of a door has a name. I forget what it is though. So with the door frame, the window sash generator, and the townhouse top trim and awnings, awnings are pretty easy, I feel like, to make. All just parametrically based off of these rough openings. I could definitely call these some buildings here. I think even at this kind of like early stage, they're on par with some of the like lower end of the Unreal Engine marketplace. There's ones that are like way better, and like, you know, like if you really cared about these, and like, you know, having trim variations, and like, you know, you could sculpt the corner caps that are gonna go here for like an entire day and make like, you know, beautiful ones. There's some kits that are finished at that level. But looking just big picture at like essentially replacing the city set that I used to have, these are the things that are gonna do it. And then I merge actors together to make, like, if you want 50 of them, you know, we have to like simplify this to mesh. And so like that's like a hero building. And then if we're gonna go like, we merge a building that's like basically maybe like, I could give levels at a time. Like we make a merge that's like just like a single level, and you just duplicate them up. You could just drop like a building like here, 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 and they're just like, you know, one big mesh, but it feels like a whole city. And then when you're actually shooting in it, if you want to go in, you have to build it piece by piece like this, like or use a prefab that we make. I need to keep working on these too, though. But I can't spend like a day making like ZBrushing like one ledge, you know, something like that. I gotta spread it out a little bit more. But maybe at some point, once we like kind of really finish this, I can make like a really like fully finished like high poly sculpt onto this or something like that. I think it's like no one would care though. It's like it's better to just like actually get all these made than make one that looks like incredible. But I do feel like it's a... I'm going to grab this one. I do feel like it's a production value increase to use Houdini, because I wouldn't normally commit that much time into like a single window dressing, but if I can reuse that window redressing over and over again, then it's like kind of worth it, time-wise. I just want like more things in here for scale. So this was like scaled for residential, these ones. They're like a little bit shorter than reality. I think they're 10 full meters shorter than like normal poles are. But given our residential set is basically scaled down, again, because of the lack of foundation, the lack of proper like floor joist heights, anymore. I had to, or else they look too big. Where are the planters? I want to make more urban stuff. These are fun. These are all from one trim sheet. I like making those. And then finally, people, the thing that actually matters. And these people are all too big, apparently. I never thought to like scale them to reality. I just directly brought them in. Though James does a good job of prepping these in ZBrush before he sends them out. So they were probably roughly scaled to reality anyway. People, oh, I forgot the collision on the cell phone poles like insane. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, it feels like a department store to me. This feels like kind of like 34th Street Macy's. Very much like these big picture windows feel like the Macy's like Christmas ones that you'd walk up to, and there's like a whole, maybe a little bit bigger. But Fifth Avenue, oh yeah, it says definitely like Fifth Avenue, 34th Street, Herald Square vibes from New York City. Even with these like super low poly, it's just the shape, just like the feeling of it. You know, when you're taking it all in at once, especially out of focus too, it'll be like where's like a master angle? Like if this was like a commercial on Fifth Avenue, it'd be like going shopping, like here. I wish my viewfinder worked. I gotta work on that. I want to have a camera that I could just pull out right now, but I gotta do this thing. I have to write a camera component so I can put cameras on whatever I want. What focal length is this? 35? I'll do 50. Gets a little abstract at 50 mil, but like this is the like Christmas time. Oh, the depth of field looks ass here. What is this? Gotta get closer. Like, it's a little bit too. Oh, really? Okay, I'll do this. Oh, I bugged it. Oh no. Who is it? Andres told me that there's like a bug with the camera if you hit F or you hit G while you're in it. I think that might be what just happened. Yeah. Well, I'll just widen out. It'll be fine. 25 mil. Oh, that's the bad. This is the bad spot where the depth of field looks bad. Fixes itself here. It's like this. There's like this middle range where the depth of field looks really weird. I guess the 18 doesn't have that much depth of field. Well, I would say something like we have 0 depth of field when I do it like that. So maybe like a. Oh, and then the depth of field we do get looks really bad on a 35 mil. Eek. Eek. Guess I'll come into here. Well, anyway, it's like waiting for a cab shot in New York City. Looking down the alley. You can only look down one block because you can't lock up the whole city. So you could only possibly put like a 18K like in this corner and shoot down. So you could never really light down like the whole thing at night. That's super dark. I do have to offset the post process for the target render. It's like a stop darker. On PC, on Mac, it's actually closer. It looks better. Oh, there's no back to this building. Okay, so that's gonna kind of ruin it. But I'm trying to figure out like the kind of demo I'm gonna make. It could be like this. I could make it like a snow scene. Bust out the snow. I wonder if my snow still works. Actually, I forget. This one. It's the dark, scary snow scene. But I lost my camera. Where's my fill? Oh, there we go. Wow, what was it so dark? Oh, you have to wait. What? How come this defaults so low? Oh, this is broken. This is bad. That's not a very good starting place. You gotta recapture the sky using this slider. Trying to make like a Christmas scene. Do these even work? These are all like just ripped off of the different marketplace assets. I don't know if they actually are good anymore. It's gonna be a second before the snow actually propagates. I'll put it over here. Let it go. Is it coming? Snow? Snow? Is it up here? There it is. It's snowing. Yeah. Oh man, what's with the depth of field? What happened? I guess we just get closer. Yeah, snowy, New York City, Fifth Avenue kind of thing. Just needs like, I gotta go light up all the insides of that building then. And then actually light her. I'm gonna ray trace this. I'll ray trace this one. Sometimes you wanna actually see what's happening. Okay, good. Ray tracing's not freaking out on me. That's very hazy. Nah. Oh no. Oh, I forgot the car transparency looks bad on the headlights. Never fixed that. Man, there's like some weird depth of field thing happening right now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's the shot. That looks like a warehouse. Okay, it is lunchtime, so I'll be back tomorrow and we'll make the windows and the door parts. That's really easy. And the townhouse trim, and then I'll generate a couple static meshes and make an actual building prefab out of it. And I should probably, I don't know if I'm going to leave them empty, because then I have to basically create the back of this to do it, to actually have it light itself correctly. Versus just filling in the windows with just like a reflective material. But I like this overall, and those columns, not great. Let me go look at the inside again, actually. They even are okay here. That's fine. Like, if I'm gonna leave it as exposed brick, which I am for now, I'm not gonna split this into like having a separate interior. It helps break up the repetitiveness of it. If the prefabs have that in it. And I guess like the real finisher, I mean, it's never finished, but like one of the finishers would be to make like a staircase that like specifically looks like it would go inside a building like this. Which this turned more into like a Macy's than it did a house, in my opinion. Like a brownstone, because of the stoop's missing, and then like we're gonna sidewalk directly into it in the prefab, so it's like I need another commercial set, just with different windows, which I think is actually. What have I really done? Is it, how much different is it than like these two, which I made by hand? The thing is, I'll never go back and iterate on these. I mean, the arch I could, but like this Windows set, it's, you know, modeled manually, so it's like to go back in and be like, oh, you know, what if it looked like if this was like a little thinner? It's like, I'm not gonna do that. And this arc isn't generated procedurally, so I'm like, oh, what if we went like a couple degrees up? It's like, that would take so long. Whereas if I just program in the arc in this one, I can just tweak it over and over again. So this is a dead asset. Like, this will never be iterated on. It's basically like the simple version of this, actually. I mean, this looks like a cube, but it's actually a curve. But yeah, this version came first, and I UV'd that piece for the top. I still like this idea, but I'll probably do it. I'll remake it as this one. So it kind of fits in that one. that one's a little bit more ornate because it has like all this like kind of this stuff on it. Whereas this is more like bare bone warehouse kind of looking. I like this arch too. I gotta figure out how to make arch windows. It's probably not that hard. But yeah. Okay, I am gonna go eat and I'll be back tomorrow. Peace out.